Folks, it is game week in the Big Ten. What could be better? Indeed. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Best discussion, debate, and analysis based on your participation. Get on in here. We got the link. It's in the chat. Please give me a call. Leave your comments and questions, of course, and we will get to them, especially on the Super Chat variety. But we will get to your comments and questions. We're going to have a number of guests make their way through, hopefully. We've contacted a number of your favorite media representing Big Ten schools across the board through the entire landscape. So hopefully many of them will be able to drop by over the next 4 hours. Big Ten fans, you can never say that we don't cover the conference here at the Voice of College Football. We've got a Michigan channel, Iowa channel, Nebraska channel. Oh, yeah, we've got an Ohio State channel as well right here at the Voice of College Football, and our Big Ten live show that goes a full 4 hours strong each and every Monday night, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Check your watch. Yeah, it's about 5 after 6 right now. Here we are talking Big Ten football with you, which brings to mind we will have post-game shows across the board in college football for a number of schools. We try to accommodate everyone when it comes to post-game shows, but we need to make sure that the people know football, they can communicate, they're going to show up and do a great job for all of you. So we do have post-game shows for a number of teams. I believe the number is going to be 18 this year, except in the Big Ten, just Nebraska, Iowa, Penn State, Michigan. So if in fact you are a fan of any other Big Ten school, Purdue, Northwestern, Rutgers, Indiana, Maryland, Illinois, Minnesota, I guess Ohio State, if you would be an Ohio State fan and think that we should have an Ohio State postgame. We've got an Ohio State channel, folks, but we've got no postgame as it stands right now. So if you yourself have a podcast, a YouTube channel, you can deliver something where you can show us what you can do. Or if you know of somebody who fits that criteria, no football, they'll show up, they'll communicate. That's what you need to be able to do. Then hit us up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. We will not give up hope for any of those post-game shows until the season starts. All right, we've had Ohio State post-game here at the Voice of College Football for the first 2 seasons that we've done post-game shows. So we are hoping to get that accommodated, as well as a number of other teams that we don't have accommodated this year. LSU, Florida come to mind. All right. Before we get to it as well, one other programming note before we get to a more important matter. Saturday, we've got a watch party for all of you YouTube members. So if you are a member here on YouTube at the Voice of College Football or on Patreon, either one, patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. You get my picks. You get media picks from 15 or 20 of your favorite media here at the Voice of College Football. They pick the games each and every week. Again, myself as well. We're off to a 2-0 start against the spread. You get my picks, as our buddy DeAndre sent me a DM on Sunday that said, "Hey, Mark, good job. I won big." There you go. So for you people on Patreon and then also YouTube members, we're going to provide a link for all of you. And we've got a watch party slated for the Ohio State-Indiana game, or really the entirety of college football at 3:30 Eastern on Saturday. So it was a window of time in which we had an Ohio State-Indiana game with most likely no Buckeye post game. And then also, in addition to that, there were a couple other Big Ten teams playing, I believe, Wisconsin and Maryland, and really no other big games across college football during the 3:30 window, which has become a kind of a weak window the last couple of seasons in college football. So we thought, good time to do a watch party and certainly provide a benefit for you YouTube members and you folks that contribute on a Patreon. So again, patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. You can sign up there. And then also a YouTube membership here. Either one, make your choice. Same benefits there. And in addition to that, yes, the watch party's coming up on Saturday. Okay, before we take our first call, start talking up some Big Ten football, we want to let everyone know that we've got a GoFundMe link in the chat. And unfortunately, that is to help the family of our friend Brennan, Traveling Fools. Many of you know him or know of him. He's got an outstanding YouTube channel. Way beyond that, he's a remarkable guy. He's had a few tragedies in his family, not just 1, 2, 3 tragedies in his family over the past couple weeks that have really hit home. So because of a number of circumstances involving extended family that go around the world and travel involved and a lot of medical bills and so forth, there has been a GoFundMe that has been set up in honor of Brennan. And we want to keep, in terms of privacy in regards to the exact events, I don't know if that's out there. I know some details, but don't want to necessarily dwell on those. But again, it's our friend Brennan, Traveling Fools, and the GoFundMe link is in both the chat, and then you can also follow it on any of the community pages on any of the channels here at the Voice of College Football. Again, there's a GoFundMe link on all the channels. Just go to the community tab and or in the chat right here at the Voice of College Football. All right, we are going to start our big preview special of the Big Ten Conference right here at the Voice of College Football. We got Nelson Hubble on the line. You can join Nelson on Maize and Blue Review, talking up some Michigan football. Nelson, how you doing today?
I'm great, Mark. How are you?
I am doing just fine. Appreciate you being here. And Michigan goes to work on Saturday against East Carolina as a big, 5-touchdown favorite?
Yeah, I believe so. And I think that's right where the line's hovering is right around 34.5. So just basically a 5-touchdown favorite. But a lot of uncertainty, I mean, they're coming into this week now. I'm sure in the program you sort of knew to some degree that, okay, Harbaugh's not going to be there. Moore might not be there. When it's a self-imposed suspension, typically that's the case. So it's not going to be a surprise to the players or anything like that. But for fans, it's going to be very different than what it normally looks like, I think, because Harbaugh's really giving control to Minter, the defensive coordinator who's taking over as head coach for the weekend, and Kurt Campbell, who's going to be the play caller. So they're going to get some free reign. And Minter talked about just today how he really wants to prove Harbaugh right for giving him this opportunity.
And so because of Minter's elevation to interim head coach for the game, there's another elevation with Campbell serving as defensive coordinator. So really another movement there, at least in terms of the play calling for the defense on Saturday.
Well, Campbell will be so Minter will still call the defense. Campbell's going to be moving from quarterbacks coach actually up to offensive coordinator role, so to speak. So that's where I might have mixed it up there, but that means that Campbell, who has been the quarterbacks coach for one season now, but he's been raved about in the program, outside the program, recruiting trail. I just about everybody that's had an experience with Kurt Campbell has said that they've spoken very highly of him, that they like him. So he will actually serve as the play caller on offense. Minter should still be calling plays defensively.
As our guy, Michigan man Jason says, I know this sounds dumb, but I'm looking forward to seeing this offense run by other staff. Maybe it will be more passing. And that ties right into the question I was going to ask you right out of the gate, because that was the thought coming off a Big Ten championship season in 21, highly successful, but still, a run-oriented team. And then knowing that JJ would compete for the job and then ultimately win it at the start of last season, do they cut him loose against lesser competition? And that's, again, been talked about this offseason. And Jim Harbaugh has actually said, we will be throwing the ball more. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, he said it. I still don't know if I believe it. Yeah, he said it going to last season too. The team was very balanced offensively. Towards the end of the year when they had to play some higher level competition, But beyond that, I mean, I really don't. I think it's a pretty safe bet, in my opinion, to say that Campbell's going to ease into the game with a lot of run-heavy play calling. My opinion is because he's just got to get comfortable and get the flow down, So once you get into situational play calling, then you're able to maybe pick your spots a little bit more because Campbell will have to get, he'll run the ball, I think, frankly, maybe every single play until Michigan is stopped. And so if they get into a third down situation there, you're forced to pass. And then maybe he starts to ease into it and get a little bit more comfortable because he has to be. But, he's a very smart guy as far as I understand. And Michigan, they should be running the ball. I'm working on an opinion piece for the Maize and Blue Review about why Michigan should be running the ball, and they shouldn't care about passing it until they have to, because it's frankly worked for them. And that's my opinion. Some people are going to disagree. It's not as fun to watch, and I agree. I'd love to see JJ sling it around and basically open up the offense to something that hasn't been ever before under Harbaugh, but I frankly don't think that's going to happen this year. Maybe it will be a little bit more balanced, but I think the formula has worked so far, and there's no reason to move away from it. The reason that they lost to a team like TCU was not struggling in their passing game. McCarthy threw 2 pick sixes, but I think those are just very specific poor decisions. And then on the other side, it's like, well, okay, maybe, but if they're not developing their game throughout the season offensively, maybe you are hurting yourself down the stretch. It's a back and forth, but I really think they should just hammer the run.
Yeah, that TCU game, I certainly can side with the Michigan fan that says, look at the evidence of us throwing the game away, all the blown opportunities inside the 5-yard line, the 2 pick sixes. I can always side with the TCU side or the Michigan critic or detractor that says, hey, that's part of the game. You got to complete the plays. You got to complete the drive. You got to not make the mistakes. You lost the game. Of course, they lost the game. They lost the game fair and square, but it's simple to see if you look at Michigan's performance for the entirety of the season, look at TCU's performance for the entirety of the season, that Michigan was a better football team, not necessarily on that day, but that was a upset. No question about that. And Michigan blew the game. Credit TCU for making the plays that were handed to them, but Michigan kind of blew the game. Nelson, when we look at this Michigan team coming into Saturday, what are your thoughts about any particular players that aren't necessarily guys that had prominent roles maybe last season or are transfers into the program that you're looking out for?
Well, let's start on offense. They're pretty much returning almost every player offensively, but we'll go to the offensive line because I think that's a really easy spot to start and it makes the most sense. That's where the most talent is for this team, besides the running back position offensively. And I think it's Drake Nugent at center. I think Nugent is going to be a leader for this team. He was a Remington watch list player, and he's this sort of plug and play type of guy like Oluwatimi was for Michigan, who was a Virginia graduate transfer. Yep. And he was a Remington finalist. And I think really Nugent is just this type. He's a little bit more athletic than people give him credit for, but he's a grader in the run game. I mean, he'll maul people, and he's a very smart player. So I think watching Drake Nugent is going to actually be very fun because seeing a center who communicates with your quarterback is super important. You have to, whether it's run checks or you're watching for different disguises and whatever that is going on defensively, having a great center, someone who's experienced like Nugent is, will be huge for Michigan offensively. I'll also name, the tackle position is still very much up in the air. But if I see Miles Hinton starting at tackle, I won't be surprised. He's also a transfer from Stanford, and he's a behemoth. I mean, an absolutely enormous guy, and he moves very well, very athletic. And so if Hinton starts, that tells me that, Michigan, we already know, has a very good offensive line, very deep, arguably 10, 12 deep for starting caliber players, maybe more. It's really hard to say. But I think the tackle, it's going to be along the offensive line. I don't think anyone's going to pop. Maybe receiver is the other spot that you might want to look at. Michigan's been a little bit banged up at receiver here. And so we're going to see who gets healthy. But It was going to be Tyler Morris and Darius Clemens, two guys who are going into their sophomore year that might be able to make a jump. Both playing sort of the same position as the Z receiver. And although I think Clemens is more of an explosive athlete and Morris is more of a possession receiver, both of those guys are sort of vying for the same spot because Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson are coming back. So keep an eye if those guys are healthy to make some splash plays. And then on defense, I think Michigan's going to have a couple guys on the defensive line. Kenneth Grant, also talk about guys who are massive. Kenneth Grant is a huge, huge man, and he got some playing time more later into the year last year. He played more. So he's a freshman last year. He'll be a sophomore this year. Again, I think a jump there. And then in the back end of the defense, Josh Wallace, nobody's seen in a Michigan uniform. Wallace is a UMass transfer from out east. And so we're going to see what he has. Minter named him today as the first guy that came out of his mouth referring to that cornerback 2 position. Behind him was Jaden McBurrows, Jair Hill, who's a freshman. McBurrows on the team a couple years now. And McBurrows has surprised some people the last couple off seasons, but went down with a season-ending injury last year. So curious to see how that goes. But I do think Michigan has a few different guys. But when you're returning so many different players, it's really hard to say. You're not going to see a lot of that pop until later in the game.
Have you made your prediction on the season? Do you make predictions?
Record prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my record prediction for Michigan is 11-1. I think they're going to drop something somewhere. I don't know where. My anticipation is probably, realistically, I actually don't think it's going to be Ohio State. I think it's going to be someone that surprises them, could creep up on them. Minnesota. Penn State's not going to creep up on you, but that's a very good team. And to have to go into Happy Valley and play them. And so I'm thinking those are the two that I'm leaning on that could come out and catch Michigan off guard. I also don't want people to sleep on Eastern Carolina. I don't think they're going to upset them. I don't think it's going to be a close game per se, but there's a chance there because of the mix-up with the coaching staff, and Eastern Carolina is a little bit better of a team people are giving credit for. That's also a possibility. They're a little bit older of a team for some of these, I guess, FCS caliber or lower FBS caliber teams. And so that always lends itself to a better performance. Will be interesting to see.
Nelson Hubble, you can join him on Maize and Blue Review. We appreciate Nelson stopping by to set us up for Michigan and East Carolina on Saturday in the big house and the big coaching shakeup and what we can expect, or pretty much what we can't expect. And we're just going to have to see play out in regards to the way this team is handled by not new coaches, but coaches in different roles. Should be interesting. Nelson, thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy the opener.
Thank you very much, Mark. I will. Have a good one.
All right. Again, we've had Nelson on a number of times here at the Voice of College Football. I want to remind everyone we've got a Michigan show each and every Wednesday hosted by John D'Adamo on the Michigan channel. That's at 5 Eastern time. And we will not only have Michigan talk, of course, we will have a look at East Carolina coming up Wednesday with Steve Helwick from SB Nation joining us Wednesday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. All right, let's get to the phone lines. And of course, we've left the link there in the chat as well to talk Big Ten football season preview, 4 hours right here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you being here. And again, watch party coming up Saturday, 3:30 Eastern, headlined by Ohio State, Indiana. But you know me, I got to be watching everyone, so I cannot watch one game at a time. Can't watch more than like 3 at a time, though. Not one of those people that can watch like 8 games at a time. 3's the max. Basically, I'm watching 2, got an eye on the 3rd, and but we will headline with Ohio State and Indiana for the watch party, 3:30 Eastern. So join us on Patreon or get your YouTube membership right here. Well, we've got another caller coming in to talk to Michigan football here at the Voice of College Football.
Hey, man, what's going on, man? Hey, so what is the I'm doing good. What is the
I was actually just going to mention on your avatar or profile picture there, you know, it actually struck me as Tony Romo the first time I saw that, but I clearly see that it's JJ McCarthy.
Yeah. Do you know where that picture took place too?
I'm guessing that was after the big win against Colorado State.
You know what? Very close, very close. But it has a state in it.
Hawaii,
not Colorado. No, man. You know, we'll leave it up for imagination.
Okay. I'll keep going. I'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, I believe in you, Mark. You know, you're a smart guy. So anyways, so is ESPN FBI, is recruiting rankings like the biggest piece in that? Because I saw a post today, Michigan's 8th, right? So is a
Hey,
lot of that based on the rankings or the recruiting, or like what is the
okay. I've never seen exactly the secret sauce ingredients like start to finish, but I've heard it discussed. So, yes, recruiting rankings are huge. They are, in a sense, measuring the potential of the team. Number two would be what is interesting about that ranking with both Michigan and I believe Ohio State's 1 or 2.
I think they're one.
I think they're number 1 too. Is that because one season they had Ohio State like 13th, and I think that was actually 2019 when they almost went undefeated. But anyway, that returning quarterback and returning coach, which of course that's not a factor, but returning quarterback is a large part of that. So you would think that would take away from Ohio State, and of course add to Michigan there. Besides that, they put that against the schedule and give you a schedule projection, but the actual FPI apparently has nothing to do with the schedule even. So your guess is as good as mine, but I do know recruiting rankings, returning production, returning quarterback has a bunch to do with it.
To me, it's got to be recruiting rankings at this point, because I don't understand how. Look, if you want to put Michigan 3 or 4 or 2, 8 is crazy to me. Like that, it has to be recruiting, which I would get if their analysis is recruiting. I would understand, because I mean Michigan has had their ups and downs in the past few years when it's come to recruiting. But my point too is, if that is the case, Harbaugh might be the best developer in college football. Because if they're ranking them, 8th in the country based on how they recruit, but they're performing at an elite level right now, I mean, he's got to be considered the best developer in college football the past couple years.
I guess they're elite. I think that's it depends on your definition of elite. For me, they're kind of borderline elite. And also, they're of course ranking this season, and nobody's played it down yet. So we don't know what Michigan's done this year.
No, yeah, well, of course, yeah. I'm just saying, if they are basing it off of recruiting, which to me that's what it looks like, I mean, they got to be the best developers in football. I mean, we're going by that logic. If they're great about recruiting, but they're playing at a 1 to 3 level, I mean, there's no other conclusion I can come to.
Yeah.
But that's that.
I get your point. It's a valid point. I would say maybe at least for one season, TCU was the developer of talent last year.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I'll give you that.
For the last 2 seasons, yeah. And what is expected to happen this season, Michigan. Yep.
No doubt. So back to this Ohio State QB situation, man. I've been watching a lot of shows. I feel like more people are leaning on Kyle McCord being the starter, but I saw your Zach Smith show earlier, and he's leaning heavy Devin Brown. So what's your temperature of that right now, man? Like what?
The temperature is that even though Ryan Day would tell you and has told us ever since day one that it's an open quarterback competition, that and I think the nuts and bolts approach has very much been open quarterback competition, split the reps and all that. That I think there's been an expectation by him and the offensive staff that Kyle McCord was going to be the starter, and that there was going to be it was going to be good for him to go through a competition, have to prove himself, have to play better. But because he's such I will say elite passer, I'll talk about being in practice, throwing the football, an elite passer, just a pinpoint passer, and knowing the offense, having all those reps on campus, all of that big advantage over Devin Brown, that they anticipated that he was going to kind of fair and square, not slam dunk, no doubt these guys don't belong in the same field, win the job, but win the job in a similar, I'll say in some ways by the same margin that, let's say, JJ won it over McNamara that, okay, this is clearly the guy that we need to go with. Nothing wrong with the second guy. He's capable, but we got to go with this guy. And just thinking that Devin Brown doesn't have enough reps to win this job. And there's going to be reason for us to say we can't start him because he's not ready. And I am guessing that simply has not played out.
Yeah, it sounds like to me he's having a real struggle just picking the guy. Or maybe it's, I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds like it's super close. Zach Smith had a good point, I think, when he said you don't want, maybe they're like, oh, yeah, Devin Brown's the guy, but then, Kyle McCord comes out there and he just lights it up in the first 3 games. But then you're like, well, the competition's not good. Now you've created this scenario where one guy feels like he's doing enough to, start, but you want to put Devin Brown out there. You kind of already made that decision prior to the first game. It sounds like, I've said this before, but it sounds like to me it could get messy, even though they're super talented. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
The Cardell Jones and JT Barrett situation got messy. There's no doubt about that. There are ways in which this has been handled well, and other times that it's not been handled well. Your coach and your team handled it well last year. It was not handled well, and I don't want to say it wasn't handled well, but it didn't turn out too well for Ohio State in 2015. Albeit they went 12-1 and finished number 3 in the country. But they never reached their maximum because they continued to struggle with it all season. Now, Zach said that if Devin Brown's the guy, and Ryan Day knows that, he can't mess around with Kyle McCord because, Kyle McCord they're both good quarterbacks, and there's a reason why they're competing for the job. And Kyle McCord could carve up Indiana and then the two FCS and Group of 5 scrubs the next 2 weeks, and then they can't go back to Devin Brown. Well, I'm thinking, if Devin Brown is your guy, even though it was a close competition, let's say in camp, if you're Ryan Day, you're paid to make the tough decision and say, even though it's really close, and maybe even some of the players and coaches may not see it exactly the way I do, Devin Brown's the starting quarterback, or Kyle McCord, either way, is the starting quarterback. I'm the guy that makes that decision. I'm making the decision and not even mess around with some kind of back and forth during the season.
Yeah, here's the other.
If that quarterback falters, obviously, then you've got an option to go to somebody else.
Here's what I don't get about the logic there. Kyle McCord's what, in his 3rd year?
Yes.
So he's so worried about if he's so worried about him leaving, because he only has 1 more year after that. And Devin Brown, if he's really that guy, would start next year anyway. So I don't understand if that's true, and he's like terrified of, disappointing one guy and maybe dipping out. If Devin Brown really is that guy, Kyle McCord may never see the field as a starter at Ohio State. He only has 1 more year. Correct? I don't understand the logic there.
You can kind of I think that because of the transfer situation, this has changed coaches' approach to spring training, to spring practice. And I understand that. That makes sense to try to keep it competitive and let both guys know that they have a shot. And so you're not disengaging one guy and having him think about going somewhere else. But once you get to the season, if you're at one of these places, especially at this level, there are going to be guys leaving. That's all there is to it. You can't keep everyone, and you have to go with your best guy, and you have to be all in. And only one guy takes the snaps, so there's no way to placate or
and because look, I get it. Like, last year Michigan knew their guy, but let's say they were in a scenario where it was really close last year. They didn't really know, and they did a similar thing. The difference in that situation to me is it was only JJ's 2nd year. Cade had maybe 1 year left. Maybe he stays 1 year after that. But JJ was going to be a starter eventually or be that guy. So I would get the hesitation there more than the Ohio State situation. I really don't understand it. I really don't, because that Kyle McCord, if he doesn't start this year and Devin Brown's the guy, he has 1 year left. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me why he'd be so scared. But I just think it's odd. I really do.
Yeah,
I personally do.
I also think it's odd because Ryan Day came out about 10 days to 2 weeks ago and said that he was going to name a starter with a week left in the season or in the off season. And then that starter would get 70% of the reps. Well, he shouldn't have made that commitment. And now he's not made a decision. So he should have never said that.
I just
said, we'll make a decision when we make a decision.
Because Devin Brown's what, year 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it really doesn't make any sense. Because the JJ situation, I get it. Like, it was his sophomore year. Cade was in, I think, his 3rd year. Was that his 3rd year, I believe?
Yeah.
Maybe he stayed. Yeah,
his first season. Yep.
Yeah. So Cade has a good year. He might choose to, leave, and then you still have JJ, as the incumbent starter. So that would make sense why you would be scared in that situation. This one just doesn't make sense to me. It's really puzzling. But the next thing is, look, man, I get, Ohio State. I heard you always talking to Zach. Ohio State. What'd you say? 100 years, 3 years? I forget the exact quote, but it was like 100 years. If you were born,
here's the quote for you. Here's the quote, and then we'll need to move on. And you obviously can call back anytime. But the quote is basically, if you're 3 years old or under, then Michigan owns a rivalry. If you're over 100, Michigan owns a rivalry. If you're anywhere in between, and I will debate anybody on this, and I'm not trying to pile on Michigan. I'm just, stirring up conversation. And I think it's extremely justified between the ages of 3 and 100, Ohio State. And I'm not just talking about winning the games in the series. I'm talking about being the better football program over that time frame.
Okay, so what if you were born in the 70s?
Like me?
Yeah, so basically it's pretty much 50-50, right?
Program. If you take the entirety of if you're 50 years old,
yeah,
Ohio State's been better.
Well, I mean, the game, it's 50-50. If you're born in the 70s, they've split the games 50-50 pretty much.
Again, I'm not just ranking them based on the series. And the series isn't 50-50.
From 1970? I think from 1970, I forget the exact year. From 1976 to 2001.
If you have to find a specific year to get it to fit a narrative, then that may tell you something there, number one. Number two, Ohio State leads this series for a long, long time.
Well, yeah, the past 20 years for sure. But I'm just saying, if you're born,
I mean a long time. I mean like Woody Hayes' time.
Oh yeah, back in I get what you're saying. That's why I brought up the 70s, because if you were born, if you're a 70s baby, it's pretty split. I mean, it's almost 50-50.
Again, it's almost 50-50, but Ohio State's got a lead, number one. And number two, I'm not making that statement just based on the games that they played against each other. I'm talking about Ohio State's had a higher winning percentage, has won more Big Ten titles, has won more national championships, has had more NFL draft selections, first-round NFL selections, won more major bowl games, finished in the top 5 in the country, top 10 in the country. All of that with a
they got one more natty. They got one more natty since the 70s. I mean, it's not like a huge difference. It's one more.
Well,
yeah, they got one more.
Since 1970, it's 3-1.
Yeah, they got the one in 1970. That's a good point too. I mean, that's fair. But a lot of this,
and one in 68.
And a lot of this is credit to this
lifetime.
This is credit to Ohio State for sure, right here. Michigan's hires in the mid 2000s is a big reason why the gap is what it is.
Sure.
Like if we're I mean,
and that's, you can make excuses, and when I say excuses, Go Blue, I'm not talking about like awful excuses that don't make any sense. You're right. Yeah, there's Ohio State capitalized a huge lead because Michigan made a couple bad hires, and Ohio State dominated for 16 or 17 years. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But that's part of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like Ohio State fans have countered that and said, well, during John Cooper, we went 2-10-1. If you take that away, okay, take it away and look at the numbers, fine, but you can't take it away because John Cooper was the coach for 13 years.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, the thing with me is those two hires weren't just bad hires. I think they just set the program back because they had, I think, the second worst record in football in that 8-year span. What? So I just think that, I think Oregon State had I think
No,
Oregon
no,
State
no,
was
no,
the only
no,
other
no, 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 no,
in that 8-year span. I think they had they had the
no,
second
no,
worst
no, no,
record
no,
in
no,
Power Five. I'm
no,
pretty sure
no. You're
it's up
not
there.
sure. Sorry, you're not sure. They didn't have anywhere close to the second worst record in Power 5 football. Michigan?
Yeah, because they had
No,
a
no, no,
losing
no, no,
season
no, no.
almost every year.
No, 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 no. Starting in 2008, they went 5-7. They went 3-9. They went 7-6. They went 11-2. They went 8-5, 7-6, 5-7. Those are their
Or
records.
maybe it's not second, but it
No,
was
no, no.
one
It's
of
not
the
even
worst.
close. It's still over
Yeah,
500. They were still like 5 games over 500.
yeah. But my point is,
They didn't have the
they
second
turned
worst
into a
record in the country.
yeah. Maybe I read that somewhere that was correct,
Yes.
but my point is they were a mid program. They
Yes.
weren't good. They were very
Mid
mid.
program.
They had
Sure.
1 year. They had 1 year with double digit wins in that
Yes.
8-year span.
Yes.
And to me, that just set the program back. Whereas Ohio State kept the momentum that whole time. And it's not just that it set it back against Ohio State. I just think it set it back with the recruiting. It was just overall setback. With Cooper, they still had the talent. It just wasn't the
Sure.
right fit. So it didn't set them back in the way that Michigan was set back with their hires.
Okay,
If that
this is
makes
my
sense.
last comment. We got to move on. Yeah, Cooper, the difference between Cooper is Cooper did not have a bad stay at Ohio State. Actually, if Cooper would have won like 2 other games in his career, the right 2 games, he'd be practically a legend.
Yeah.
He finished number 2 in the country twice, won 3 Big Ten championships, could have won like 5 or 6 or 7, won multiple double-digit games. They had really good teams. They just blew it against Michigan. All right, man. Got to go. Call back anytime.
Oh, sounds good.
All right. Keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We appreciate Marty Leaping here. Marty, thank you so much for your patience. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Mark. How are you?
I am doing just fine. Thanks so much for jumping on board here. Everybody, you can catch Marty's work at Penn State Rivals. How are things going there?
Good. Obviously, I'm sure people who are longtime followers of yours, Mark, remember me from past years with doing pre and post game show here as part of Black Shoe Diaries. I have since moved on to Happy Valley Insider as part of the Rivals Network and have loved every second of it. While I can't do every pre and post game show anymore, I'm still more than happy to hop on like this anytime I can.
Awesome. Love it. Well, before we get to the nuts and bolts of the season, and of course the openers against West Virginia coming up on a Saturday as a roughly 3 touchdown favorite, always want to hit you up on recruiting, your thoughts about how the summer went and how things look in terms of the next few targets.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, it was a successful summer for Penn State on the recruiting trail. There was a couple of recruiting losses along the way that I don't think I necessarily saw coming, where it just ultimately got burnt by NIL, which in this era is going to happen. But on the same token, there were some guys that they used NIL to lock up. That's just how it's going to go. But overall, James Franklin seems positioned to sign, if not a third straight top 10 recruiting class, it's going to be very close to a top 10 class when it's all said and done. I think that we may look back on this class in a few years as the best offensive line class he's ever had, as well as potentially the best defensive line class. Some of it has been Phil Troutwine, the offensive line coach, killing in the recruiting trail. And defensively, it's a combination of new defensive line coach Deion Barnes getting a bit of a new coach bump, combined with the fact that the region is just very deep and very talented on the defensive line this year. So this is definitely a class I think a few years down the road could pay some serious dividends in the trenches.
Marty, I've been thinking about my prediction for this Big Ten Eastern Division the entire offseason, as I typically do, about all the conferences and, which way is this going to go? I certainly don't want to be inside the box. I want to think, okay, what are the possibilities? Because we've seen TCU break through. We've seen Cincinnati break through. We've seen Michigan break through when they weren't supposed to. Penn State's nowhere close to the level that those schools were when they made the leap. They are, pardon the pun, that they are right there. Of course, Penn State has been one of the better teams in the country most of the second half of James Franklin. I get on here all the time, Marty, and people forget James Franklin's won 3 New Year's 6 games, and those teams have gone 11-2, and it just seems to bypass people. They just think that he that he's just underachieved. But looking at this particular Penn State team, I got to say, my thought has been, well, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, I'll consider them, but I'm not going to give them the kind of consideration. But looking at Penn State's defense on all three levels, there are services and publications out there. And when I look at the personnel myself that consider all three of these units, and this is rare, you got to go some places like Georgia to find this, that all three units are arguably in that top 3 to 5 range in the country.
Yeah, it's definitely a rarity. I think this team, I've said it all off season, in my opinion, this is their best team since at least 2017. For those who don't remember, that was a team with Trace McSorley at quarterback, Saquon Barkley at running back, Mike Gesicki at tight end, and wide receivers of Deshaun Hamilton, Juwan Johnson, Chris Godwin. That team was just loaded everywhere on offense. But I think this team has a much better defense than that group did. This defense, I think, has not gotten the recognition it deserves all offseason. I think you can argue that there is not just a first-round pick, but legitimate, bona fide, all-American, maybe number one player at their position off the board in the draft at each level of this defense, with Chop Robinson at defensive end, Abdul Carter at linebacker, and Kalen King at cornerback. I think this defense can be very special. And, you talk about the Big Ten East and James Franklin and being overlooked. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. If what James Franklin has done at Penn State, the teams he's assembled, that sort of thing, if they were in any division other than the Big Ten East and the SEC West, James Franklin's looked at completely differently, because there's no way that they still don't have a playoff berth yet. I think in 2016, in my opinion, they should have been in anyway. But, he's done a phenomenal job. And I think a lot of people also don't truly appreciate Penn State, and there's a lot of Penn State fans, for what the ceiling of the program really is. And I think James has had this program at the ceiling. I think there's no program in the country who's going to benefit more from a 12-team playoff than Penn State. And that said, though, last year, the 4-team, I'm not going to be surprised at all if they get in. They're a really good football team. And again, I think if they were in any other division except for this one or the SEC West, you would be a team that a lot of people would be penciling into the playoff right now with this roster. You mentioned all three phases. Maybe the biggest concern on this team is just going to be finding consistent punting after losing Barney Moore, who did a tremendous job last year. And when your biggest question mark is finding a consistent punter, maybe a consistent place kicker, you're in pretty good shape. Your roster is in really good shape. So, yeah, this is the best Penn State team, in my opinion, since at least 2017, maybe since 1994, which, around here, comparing any team to that 94 team is like hollow territory in Happy Valley. So yeah, I think this is a really good team. And what's just sucks, if you're a Penn State fan, they could be legitimately one of the 5 best teams in the country and still go 10-2, because this division has 2 of the other possible 5 best teams in the country.
And so, Marty, looking at the offense, because in analyzing the 3 teams that we expect to vie for this playoff spot out of the Big Ten, and maybe it's going to be 2 of the 3, we look to the offense, and of course, Drew Aller's a bit of a question mark, but to me, he's not much of a question mark. I would be surprised if he doesn't have a really good season. I don't want to call it an elite season, a great season, a Heisman season, a prolific season, but a really good season. Now, that may not be enough. He may need to be just that good. I don't doubt that the numbers are going to be there, but similar to Kyle McCord at Ohio State, what's he going to do if they're down 4 with 4 minutes left in Columbus, or that sort of situation? Like you say, you mentioned the recruiting, offensive line recruiting's been great for this offseason, but also I believe you've told me that the offensive line itself should be the best that it's been under James Franklin.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this line's got talent, and most importantly, it's got a lot of depth. Again, to draw comparisons, that 2017 team, one thing that really hurt them was that was not a good offensive line, and they suffered some injuries in their game against Ohio State and Columbus that without those injuries, they probably win that game and go to the playoff that year. Obviously, everybody knows Olu Fashanu. Nobody nobody expected him to come back. He probably would have been a top 10 pick last year. You're looking at the guy who may be the first offensive tackle off the board in April, just as elite as it can get. But it's more than just that. Your starting right tackle, Caden Wallace, is a fourth-year starter. Your third offensive tackle, Drew Shelton, started 7 games, including the Rose Bowl, as a true freshman last year and doesn't have a starting job. And it's because of nothing he's done wrong. It's just guys have gotten healthy and have come back. The interior of this offensive line is extremely deep. The best way I can put it is it doesn't look like projected starting left guard Landon Tengwall is going to be able to go Saturday night against West Virginia. And you're not even worried about it. In past years of the Franklin era, you lose one offensive lineman and you're in a panic because there wasn't much depth behind it. And instead you can sub in with JB Nelson, who started, I think, 4 or 5 games last year. Like, there's a lot of depth. There's a lot of talent. And you know how it is, Mark. If you have a good offensive line, that can make a lot of things easy on offense and make a lot of good players look great and great players look beyond great. And the hope is that's definitely going to be something Penn State will have in their favor this year.
So most people know about the 2 backs. You could write a soliloquy and go on about the seasons that they had and great, but let's just consider them a given and get to the receivers and the tight end, because that's another place where I look at the personnel, some nice players there, but obviously they lose considerable players, Parker Washington, etc. And so how confident are you in that they're going to be as explosive and consistent as they need to be at wide receiver and tight end?
Tight end, definitely not concerned at all. Yeah, you lost Brenton Strange, who was a second-round pick by the Jaguars, but you bring back Theo Johnson, who was probably your best all-around tight end anyway, but battled some injuries last year, which really allowed Brenton to kind of, take that starting job and surge. Tyler Warren is back, who played a ton last year. Khalil Dinkins is a guy who has just stole the offseason at tight end. You go to receiver then, and Keandre Lambert-Smith is a guy they've just been waiting on, and put up back-to-back 100-yard games last year against Michigan State and Utah to finish the year. By all accounts, this offseason really kind of seized that alpha male wide receiver 1 role in the receiver room. So I think they're very confident in him emerging as that true guy. Trey Wallace, another receiver they're high on. Liam Clifford, Sean's little brother, has had a great fall camp in the slot. I think they're going to be okay. They brought in Dante Cephas, who was an all-MAC receiver last year at Kent State, put up some big numbers, including against Oklahoma and Georgia. So it was encouraging to see he's done it against Power 5 defenses. And to me, it's kind of twofold with the receivers. One, as I said, you have a great tight end room. I think you're going to see a lot of 12 personnel and not your traditional 12, because you have a guy like Theo Johnson, a tight end, who is similar to Mike Gesicki, that 6'6" build and a super freak athlete, but is a lot more physical than Gesicki, so you can block with him more. But I think you're going to see a lot of Johnson flexed out wide and only have to have 2 receivers on the field. And part of that also is when you have a quarterback like Drew, you expect him to elevate your receiver room. You expect him to throw guys open, things of that nature. So, yeah, there's some question mark at receiver, but I think between what is a known given there and Keandre Lambert-Smith, and to a lesser extent Dante Cephas, combined with the other talent there and how high you are in this tight end room, I think they're going to be more than okay with who Drew Allar is going to be able to throw the ball to.
We get Marty Lieb here from Penn State Rivals platform. Marty, what are you working on right now, and what's the best way for people to find you?
Yeah, getting into the season, obviously we'll have a lot of our seasons, just content, interviews with the staff from the rival sites of Penn State opponents, position grades, game recaps, all that stuff. One thing that I have always done at Black Shoe Diaries and bringing over with me to Rivals, every Tuesday we will have what is going to be called Friday Night Lions, where you can come check out stats from Penn State commits the previous week on the high school gridiron, huddle film, stuff like that. I know that's something fans are always interested in, see how the commits are doing, not just stat wise, but their huddle footage, things like that. So make sure to check that out if you're interested. Easiest way to reach me on Twitter or, X, whatever you want to call it these days, at MSJ41817. And I'll be there for the ride of wherever Penn State football goes this year, because it should definitely be a fun and memorable season in Happy Valley.
Marty, before we let you go, in your prep for West Virginia coming up, and for you old timers like me, you know that this was once that independent versus independent Eastern Bloc rivalry that was played every year. So it brings back some memories. Any issues, any threats, concerns that West Virginia could make this a little bit uncomfortable? The only thing I can think of is that they do have 3 like top end Big 12 pushing All-America status type of offensive linemen, and CJ Donaldson at running back. If they try to bleed the clock and beat up Penn State up front, that maybe they, take the air out of the ball and reduce the clock and stay in the game, in an ugly game for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing with me. If you look at it, what you think West Virginia could do to keep it close. It's a first start for Drew Allar. You don't know what kind of jitters are going to come with that, especially primetime game, 107,000 packed in that place. They're doing a stripe out, not a white out. So what it is they make the blue stripe like on the helmet. So 99% of the stadium will be whited out. It's going to be an electric atmosphere. I think if I had to make a guess, I think I could see it going similar to the Auburn game last year, where that's what Auburn did early on. They had a solid to decent offensive line, ran the ball, bled the clock, tried to keep Penn State off the field. And that game, I think, was like 16-13 at halftime or whatever. And then Penn State just blew their doors off in the second half, and the talent gap emerged. I won't be surprised if we see something similar to that happen. I also think Neil Brown, you can never underestimate a coach who knows they're coaching for their job with their back against the wall, which Neil Brown definitely is this year. And I think Neil Brown's a fine football coach too. So I won't be surprised to see WVU hang around for a half or so and make it uncomfortable. But I think in the end, Penn State probably wins this thing by at least 17-20. I just think the talent gap there is too wide. And you throw in what this atmosphere is going to be like at Beaver Stadium on Saturday night. I mean, a lot of fans are excited for this year. Like you said, Mark, this is an old rivalry that has not been played in 30 years. Last time they played, I'm too young to remember it. So like my generation, it's fun to have those regional rivals, especially with college football moving away from that so much. So I think that'll have the crowd pepped up too. But yeah, like I said, I could see it being similar to the Auburn game last year. West Virginia running the ball, bleed the clock, keep it close. But in the end, Penn State pulls away and wins it comfortably.
Marty, we appreciate you being here. Enjoy the game on Saturday night, and you are welcome anytime. You know that.
Absolutely, Mark. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Marty Leap from Penn State Rivals. Check out his work. Marty's done an outstanding job and joined us here at the Voice of College Football for many years. As we discussed at the top of the show, this Big Ten Live show season preview dedicated to Brennan of Traveling Fools, one of our good friends, in memory of his son, Brennan Jr., and a number of tragedies that they've had over the past several weeks within their family. The GoFundMe link is in the chat. We've also posted it on all the community pages for all the channels at the Voice of College Football, so it's easy to find. Again, if it's been lost in the chat here, it's on the community post for all the channels here at the Voice of College Football. Also want to remind everyone that we've got a watch party coming up Saturday at 3:30 Eastern time. It's Ohio State, Indiana, but I got to be watching everybody. So join us. I'll be focused on Ohio State, Indiana. But again, I try to find and watch everybody. So I'll be watching 3 or 4 games at the same time. So watch them with me. Join us on patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. or be a YouTube member. Either way, you can join us on Saturday. Got our buddy Jackson checking in today. Jackson, what's going on?
Nothing much. I'll be honest with you. I tried watching UMass, but I couldn't do it. I just could not do it.
Well, we had the former Clemson quarterback there, Tyson Pumachow, leading the attack for the Minutemen, who pulled out a win. They're 1-0.
Yeah.
Put up 41 points. Big fourth quarter surge for the Minutemen.
Yeah, and I believe it was the first time since 1984 that they beat an FBS opponent in season openers. That was pretty impressive.
Okay.
So I was pretty impressed with that.
Yeah. Don Brown and the Minutemen getting the job done against a team that has been projected to be pretty solid. in UTEP. Or they played New
Mhm.
Mexico State. My bad. But UTEP lost to Jacksonville State. That's
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and
Dana
and
DeMille's a
UTEP
bad
again is
play
supposed to have
caller.
a pretty good team this year.
Yeah, Dana DeMille was a bad play caller. He should have gone for the field goal, but he wanted to go for it. But hey, Rich Rod's doing awesome at Jacksonville State. Well, we got 3 more days till week 1. That's when the real full course meal's coming out.
That's it. So
Oh,
what's on
yeah.
your mind, Jackson?
Oh, man. Well, want to go over a little bit about some of the week 1 matchups, including like Florida, Utah. I'm hearing that we don't know the status of Cam Rising yet.
No, we don't.
That-
Jackson, Big Ten show here.
Well, Nebraska, Minnesota is going to be fun. I'm just curious to see if Nebraska is going to end that losing streak against Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it'll be a close game. Matt Rule, certainly a coach who's been more attentive to details than Scott Frost, and that could have won a lot more games for Nebraska over the last 5 or 6 years.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be amazing watching it on Fox. I mean, I'm still amazed that this is going to be the first year that we're seeing Big Ten football games not on ABC or ESPN. That still kind of amazes me.
Yeah, that's what I've grown accustomed to my entire life. So I think we have to go back to prior to 1966 before there was, that was ABC's first launch into college football in the Big Ten, and they have been a Big Ten partner ever since.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be it's going to be amazing watching a little bit of Ohio State on CBS. That's going to be really amazing. What's more amazing is we're seeing Indiana football on CBS and not on like CBS Sports Network.
Well, that's because of who they're playing.
So true. I mean, it's going to be like the first time since 98 that Ohio State's on CBS.
Very good. That would have been the West Virginia opener.
Yeah, they won 34-17. That was the one year where they were able to beat Michigan, but they couldn't quite get it done against Saban and Michigan State.
Yeah, I do think that was the best team in the country. Yeah, they started number 1, were consensus number 1 for most of the season.
Well, we're going to see a little bit of Todd's Taste of the Town on NBC, so that'll be pretty sweet. Just wonder what restaurant he's going to in State College.
Considering I've never been to State College, I don't have a guess for you.
Well, I've never been.
I've driven by many times on old Route 80.
I'll probably have to look up some of the restaurants, but then again, I don't want the internet getting clogged up with restaurants here and there. Tempting though, but I'm not going to do it.
All right, Jackson. Anything else for us?
I just want to. I like that the show's dedicated to Brennan, Traveling Fool's son, who passed away. I was saddened by the announcement. It was just like, oh man. It was just, oh man.
Absolutely. Our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers go out to Brennan.
Yeah.
And so we are certainly taking action and trying to do the best that we can to raise whatever support we can. And again, the GoFundMe link is in the chat, and it's also posted on all our YouTube channels. All right, Jackson.
Well, Mark, thank you for having me on, and I guess I'll be seeing John here in a little bit, and I guess I'll be seeing you in a little bit for the Big Ten Ocho edition.
There you go. All right, Jackson. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Thank you for having me on.
Our buddy Jackson, who frequently retweets our shows on Twitter, so we appreciate Jackson doing that, and we also appreciate his appreciation. We appreciate his appreciation of college football history as a young guy, and this guy too. We got Will chiming in
What's
to
up,
talk some
Mark?
Big Ten football with us. I think Will, I think you call our Big Ten show on a fairly regular basis, knowing in your heart of hearts that Notre Dame belongs in the Big Ten.
Yeah, well, it's kind of fun to joke around with the Big Ten fans, but I also enjoy watching well, this time works well for me in my schedule too. But also, I'm generally excited for this Minnesota-Nebraska game. Like, it's probably going to be the game, though. I don't know. I feel like the Florida-Utah game might get out of hand. But I'm curious to see how much different Nebraska looks. Like, if they'll look like much better or will be more of a process, because it's just a big unknown for them this season.
Yeah, it's an unknown, although they do have a quarterback that has a ton of experience.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a 1-2 punch in the backfield that has enough experience, especially Anthony Grant. Their wide receiver core is okay. They lose, of course, Trey Palmer, but the other guys, led by Marcus Washington, are guys that, again, have played, they've contributed. They're not completely first-year players. Thomas Fedone is a guy that Nebraska fans are excited to see at tight end because he was a 5-star and a pretty rare 5-star out of the state of Nebraska who was not able to play at all last season, and he will probably start at tight end.
Mm-hmm. One sneaky game I think could be good with involving the Big Ten is Fresno State Purdue. I know
Yes.
It's not like the high marker game, but that's going to be one of the games that I'm going to be keeping my eye on for sure.
What time is that game played?
Crap, I had it up for it. Fresno Purdue. I think it's at noon, if I'm not mistaken. Fresno Purdue. Yeah, it is a noon kickoff, and Purdue's favored by 3.5 in West Lafayette.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't know really what to think about that game. Again, Purdue's lost so much on offense, but I am a Hudson Card fan. I do think that he's a baller, a gamer. Played hurt against Alabama last year, and even before then, behind bad Texas offensive lines at the start of his career. So it's going to be a much different offense utilizing his skills and the coaching of Ryan Walters. You could tell by engaging with him at Big Ten Media Days and elsewhere that he's going to run have a different approach. He's going to lean on the defense and the running game to win games there as opposed to what Jeff Brom did.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there'll be a close game, but I'm also going to be interested to see how polished Wisconsin's offense looks against Buffalo and how connected that their new offensive scheme is and how much they'll be throwing it. I know they'll be running the ball a lot too, but
yeah, it only makes sense that Wisconsin would be tabbed as a team that should start slow and improve and be a much better team, more so than most teams by week 10 or 11. New quarterback, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, head coach, just the entire thing different and new, and all that continuity has to be built.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also going to be interested. I know in Michigan, East Carolina, just because last time Michigan started off in a game against a team from North Carolina with a new TV contract for the Big Ten. It was the Appalachian State game. So I'll just be interested in that. Also, my coworker is the ECU grad. He's hopeful, but he doesn't think they'll win. But he's hopeful.
Are you going to take credit for putting those things together, Will, or did you hear that somewhere?
No, I actually made it up.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yes.
But ECU's bringing in a new quarterback, so yes. I don't know. They aren't very confident. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just feel like Penn State's going to roll. I hope for our WVU friends like Joey, Coos, Mountaineer Paul that they'll keep it close, but I don't know. It's not at night in Happy Valley.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to be a rout, but I don't expect a 4-quarter game or anything close to it. The way I'm thinking about it right now, not that I've made a pick, I think that 20.5 is pretty fair. I'm gonna have trouble deciding which way to go on that one.
Hmm. I am morbidly curious about the Northwestern Rutgers game. That's a Sunday. I keep forgetting that game's on this. That game's going to be on a Sunday, standalone game.
Love that. Love it. Love it. I'm gonna watch Northwestern and Rutgers start to finish. There's not going to be anything interrupting it. No other games. I can just focus on Rutgers and Northwestern football for the first and last time this year.
Hmm.
CBS gonna have all their they're gonna, well, on one hand I was gonna say they're gonna put together every possible uh, gadget to try to keep people interested and try to, make sure in the fourth quarter that they've got enough storylines to go to make it interesting for the viewer. But this should be, well, I could see Rutgers blowing out, in quotes, for what a Rutgers blowout is. I could see them winning this game comfortably. I could see 24-9,
Hmm.
something like that.
And I'm not very intrigued by the Ohio State Indiana game because I feel like it's just going to be hammer to nail. I'm going to be a little more interested in the new Big Ten team, Washington, taking on Boise State.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Boise State's fallen off a bit, but it should be at least somewhat competitive. I don't know. The
Yes.
3:30 slot isn't very good this for week 1.
You're not drumming up much interest, Will, for our watch party Saturday.
I'm
at 3:30.
sorry. I'm going to be there. I'll be there. Hey, if you just want to hang out and talk football, I'll be there.
But you're right. The Washington Boise State game, I think, is going to be on at the same time.
Yeah.
I
Funny.
think so. We might be watching that more than Ohio State and Indiana. I may frustrate some Buckeye fans, or I'm sure we've got more Indiana fans watching us than Ohio State fans. So I'll be frustrating the Indiana fans who are going to join us for the watch party.
Yeah.
Because I tend to gravitate to whatever's the best game.
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at 28-3 in the second quarter, I'm going to be losing interest, and it's going to be a lot of Washington, Boise State talking. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I'll also keep an eye on Friday. Noah Kim's first start for Michigan State.
Yeah.
Against the Chippewas. I don't know how good Central Michigan's going to be, but I don't have high hopes for Michigan State this year. Borderline bowl team at best. So maybe it'll be competitive, but we'll see. They always play on a Friday week 1, don't they, Michigan State? It feels like they do.
They do. This has become a Michigan State thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I saw this game scheduled, I thought, could this be a bit of an upset in the making? But if Michigan State was playing a better MAC team, I think it would be more of an upset alert type situation, but it's not.
Mm-hmm. I must now. One last thing. I have to ask you, does the Notre Dame performance at all make you any more concerned about the game than it did before watching the game on Saturday?
No.
Okay. Then you're with the rest of the Ohio State fans in chat that are very confident.
Well, I was concerned about the game before they played Navy. I think that the game, let me put it this way. I think that Notre Dame has a 35% chance of winning this game against Ohio State. And my opinion may change before that game, but I kind of doubt it. If it would change, it would probably change more on the Notre Dame side, since they've got a game against NC State on the road before that.
I might go to that game. I might bite the bullet and pay up. I don't know. I'm more excited after that performance, a little more.
Go to the NC State game, huh?
Yeah, I might bite the bullet if I could get a friend to drive me.
Yeah, I think that could be a decent game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, so no change at all. Okay.
Not really.
I feel like the biggest thing I'm most happy about is the linebacker play for the Irish, because it felt like they didn't really get down Golden's system last season, and they're kind of it kind of looked
Okay.
like they know what they're going to do at times, and they knew exactly what they're going to do against Navy. But
If this Navy team was a typical Navy team that I thought was going to win 8 or 9 games
I
at
feel
their
like they're
level
bringing
and
a
be a
lot of
really good
players
team.
back. I mean, they weren't good last year, but they are bringing a lot of players back.
Yeah, so I guess the one thing would be that I already knew what Sam Hartman was. He's a given. I already knew who he was. I don't think he had like some outstanding, impressive game. I think he was who he is, which is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. So I'm not saying that in a negative light. I'm actually saying that in a positive light, that he missed a few throws. Just, he was late on what could have been a touchdown throw in the first quarter to the back of the end zone. But, I'm being nitpicky. He was on target. He made the throws and did what he does. And he was rarely rushed. I got to say, I lost interest in this game when it was about 28-0.
Yeah, I mean, as a
second quarter.
nonpartisan in the game, I guess I could understand. But
I find myself, especially in week 0 or any situation in college football where you kind of have to watch that game. Like if you want to watch college football, you got to watch that game. There's no other games that I get all geared up and it's okay. This is the first game of the season. I'm outside. I've actually ran into some people and I'm telling them I got to be home by 2:30. And because, I'm not missing a play. I'm starting the college football season right. And I'm going to be in my chair, locked in. And it didn't take long before I started, I'm on my phone, I'm on my laptop, I'm doing stuff, and I'm just kind of losing track because, okay, Notre Dame's got this, which I knew that they would. I didn't think twice about picking Notre Dame to cover the spread.
I should have, but I made a vow not to bet on my own team.
Okay.
Because I get too biased and my thoughts aren't clearly open.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah. Well, Mark, excited for week 1. Cannot wait till Thursday. And thoughts and prayers for our friend Brennan, Traveling Fools.
Absolutely. Will, thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
All right, I'll be back
on
on
the games.
on.
We'll talk soon. So our buddy Will, Notre Dame fan, knows his team should be in the Big Ten. All right, there we see the schedule for week 1. No Big Ten teams in play in week 0 for the first time in a few years. Of course, Northwestern with that monumental win in Dublin last year against Nebraska. The only win that Northwestern would pick up the entire season. Then 2 years ago, of course, Illinois over Nebraska. Nebraska losing games in August, at least. I guess they could do it again this year with the August date against Minnesota on the road. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. We've got Dave on the line.
Hey, good old Minnesota Dave, finally back.
Good to see you, man. What's going on?
Just getting really excited for college football. I'm on campus right now at work, so I'm really, just really excited, and I'm just like to see if Nebraska can finally beat us, and it's gonna be a tough one. I think this one will be a tough. This is not a Scott Nebraska team.
So we're losing you a little bit, but let's understand that it's not been like 20 years since Nebraska beat Minnesota.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's 4 straight.
I almost want to say it's almost 5 straight.
Well, if it's almost 5 straight, then it probably is 4 straight.
If you're losing me on and off, I'm sorry. The area I'm at is not all that great, so
I got you for right now, Dave. So keep it up.
All right. So what do you think of the Minnesota's new running back coming from Western Michigan and wide receiver coming from Western Michigan.
Yeah, Sean Tyler and Corey Crooms.
Mm-hmm.
What do I think of them? I can't tell you that I think much of them because all I know is their stats. It's not like I've watched them or studied them in any way. I've just read up on them. And again, I know that they're listed on the depth chart as being starters, so they must be pretty darn good.
Yeah. Well, they were, I think one of them was the best running back at the time in the Mid-American Conference, and the other one was the best wide receiver at the time in the Mid-American Conference, just stat-wise. I would like to see what PJ has planned. Are we going to be passing the ball a lot more than last year when we just basically ran, and hopefully we'll only pass on like maybe like a third down situation? And then Kelly Mannix might surprise a lot of people at quarterback in the Big Ten. I think he did pretty well against Wisconsin, his first real start. So I'd like to see what he will do.
You know that a lot of national people aren't necessarily that high on the Gophers.
Yeah, I know that. It's always been the tip. It's really been the story for national media ever since the early 2000s. They just don't really look at us as much as a threat as they used to. And I think this year, because of the strength of schedule, when you have to play at a lot of tough places to play at, you have to go. I think their third game is against third game is against North Carolina. At North Carolina, that's going to be a tough game. We'll see how actually truly good they are. I think in that game,
almost no one's going to give you a chance in that game, but I am for sure. North Carolina is a really good team, and they're loaded with talent, especially on the offensive side, and they've not developed their defensive talent to be as good as the recruiting rankings would say that they're supposed to be. And I'm going to guess that they're going to be about a 10-point favorite in that game, but I think Minnesota's got a real shot of winning that game, and I would not be surprised if the Gophers came home with a win.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. The biggest question on Minnesota's side of the ball is we did lose a lot of transfers on the defensive side. That's going to be the biggest question mark for Minnesota is going to be their defense. That's all I have to say about that.
Folks, if you like defense and you're going to check out Minnesota on Thursday night, Tyler Nubin, one of the best safeties in college football, lock in on him. He's really good. Cody Lindenberg, their best linebacker, leading tackler coming back. So
Wally, the corner, is another guy people should watch out for.
Yep.
He's probably the right now, I think he's one of the best corners in the Big Ten. But yeah, I have to get going here. So
all right, Dave.
I'll see you later, Mark.
Appreciate you checking in, man.
Okay.
All right. It's our Big Ten special here at the Voice of College Football preseason preview. And we appreciate you all being here. And leave those comments and questions there in the chat. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. We've got Colin on the line.
Hey, you know me as Bash.
Bash!
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Look at that. What's going on, man?
It's going, just trying to keep going,
I know it. What have you been up to?
Just working, doing, just looking at all this stuff. I really want to talk about Penn State and Wisconsin.
Okay.
So which one do we want to start with?
Penn State.
All right. So we're going to talk about Penn State here. And I got a question for you. What do you think is like the most important piece of this Penn State team this entire season for
Well,
them
I'm
to
going to take
push
away
for
the
the playoff.
quarterback. I'm going to take away the quarterback because
Yeah.
he's somewhat proven. He's played a little bit against good opponents in meaningful time, starting with the season opener on Thursday night against Purdue, where he came in and played a couple series when Sean Clifford got shaken up. So Drew Aller he's the most important question mark. There's no doubt, but that's a given. So I want to get a little bit deeper than that. And I'm going to say that their wide receivers, okay, I'm going to go in two different directions. One would be that the wide receiver play, they bring in a couple transfers that were good players, especially Dante Cephas from Kent State, one of the top players in the MAC. So he should elevate, I think, to the Big Ten. He should. Malik McClain comes in from Florida State, but he was not much of a factor there. So I don't necessarily project him to be a impact player in the Big Ten. So Keandre Lambert-Smith, really good player, but not. I don't know that they've got a Chris Godwin, Jahan Dotson type of guy at wide receiver. And that's important to have at least one of those guys and not just a bunch of receivers that should be second and third and fourth options. And maybe that's what they've got. And I'm talking about at the highest level. I'm not talking about beating Indiana by 4 touchdowns and what's going to be most of their schedule.
Right.
Talking about beating corners at Ohio State and Michigan. And then my other concern would be, even though their defensive front brings back a ton of experience, they're talented players, they're highly scouted toward the next level, they got just thrashed by Michigan on the ground last year. Their manhood got challenged and they were beaten to a pulp. 425 yards rushing, something like that. It was just, I don't know that I've seen a top 5 or 10 team and a top 5 or 10 defense in the country get that manhandled. And then they also gave up big rushing yardage against Ohio State, especially in the fourth quarter. So I need to know that they can stand up against those two teams at the point of attack, especially Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about the pass rusher that is Chop Robinson and the prospect that he could be, but then they kind of ignore the fact that the Achilles heel on defense for them was in that Michigan game where Blake Corum specifically, but even Donovan Edwards as well, ran all over them and they got pushed around by that interior offensive line, which, by the way, is probably going to be just as good as it was last year. But my mind went exactly where yours went. When I thought about this, I'm concerned about this wide receiver room the more I think about it. Now, Harrison Wallace is a player I'm definitely watching for. He had moments last year. You always look at Zach Smith, like I listen to him all the time, and he came on earlier today. Was that today or yesterday? I watched it today.
Today.
It was today.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean – he talks about this all the time about players flashing, young players flashing, and Harrison Wallace last year, a redshirt freshman, flashing late in the season. And I do think Keandre Lambert-Smith is going to take a step forward. But I think the biggest thing that I'm just realizing about them is, like, Dante Cephas, we'll see how he plugs and plays. I think he's so similar to Keandre Lambert-Smith and how he plays that maybe those two don't exactly go together in Mike Yurcich's scheme, especially when you have two really good blocking tight ends and receiving threats, pretty versatile, in Tyler Warren and Theo Johnson. And then there's like Caden Saunders. People forget about him. He's actually kind of a local kid, went to high school about 30 minutes from me near Columbus. And Ohio State didn't even look his way, right? But this is a kid that was a high 4-star kid, a lot of hype, was there all everything at his high school. And I haven't heard anything about him. Who's going to be that guy that steps up? That's my question for Penn State. That's going to be what could be the separation, because here's the thing that Michigan has. They have two great safeties. They have a great nickel corner and they have a great outside corner. that second outside corner spot is their question of their secondary. The depth at the outside corner is Michigan's problem in their secondary. And right now, the only way that Penn State's going to be able to win that game, the more I think about it, it's being able to find that second threat beyond Keandre Lambert-Smith being able to get behind the defense.
I hear you, Bash. I'm right there with you, and that's why I went that direction.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Before you transition to Wisconsin, I just want to get this in because I enjoy these kind of comments. Our buddy Michael, Notre Dame fan. Notre Dame would go 6-3 on whose Big Ten team schedule? I think he's commenting to somebody else, maybe in the chat, who said that Notre Dame would go 6-3 in the Big Ten. Notre Dame would go 6-3 on whose Big Ten team schedule? Name the team. Okay, how about Maryland?
I was going to bring up.
How about
Maryland,
Indiana? How about Indiana? And Notre Dame's got to play Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Maryland, and somebody else in the West that's good, Iowa, Wisconsin. And I'm not saying that Notre Dame would lose all those games, but let's just consider, yes, Notre Dame could easily go 6-3 with the right Big Ten schedule. Would Notre Dame be a factor in the Big Ten? Absolutely.
Not to mention, if you add those 4 teams into that mix too, and you just shuffle it, you could easily get 3 or 4 teams that could beat Notre Dame. But
yes,
anyway. So yeah, about Wisconsin, I am not really high on Wisconsin. Sorry, dog sneezing over here. I'm not really all that high on Wisconsin. And there are 2 reasons for this. Number one, I look at what North Carolina did offensively. I look back at 2020 specifically because I think with that combo of Javonte Williams and Michael Carter with Phil Longo, I think that's more so what you're going to see with a more run-heavy attack, but RPO elements in there without an elite receiving core. I could see them using Braylon Allen and Ches Malusi kind of like that, but more so featuring Braylon Allen, of course, because he's one of the best running backs in America. So the run game for Wisconsin is not going to be the problem. It's the RPO game. Is this offensive line going to be athletic enough? Because they're big. I mean, their average size is over 300 pounds, and they're all over 6'6". They do not move that great. They are big, and I'm also not that high on Tanner Mordecai. I think he was a beneficiary of a system that set him up for success to a certain degree, right? You got to be a decent quarterback there, but I believe part of the reason he left was because Preston Stone was pushing him. I'm not bought into this Wisconsin team that against great defenses, they're really going to shine. And against athletic wide receiver rooms and athletic running backs, I don't think their secondary is really going to be up to par either. So I look at 4 games on the schedule. There's at Washington State. People are overlooking that way too much. You know, Jake Dickert's got a really good defense coming back, super experienced. A lot of people are just completely skimming over that. Don't do that. You skimmed over them last year. You lost to them last year. And then that 3-game stretch, you have Iowa. That's not going to be easy. Great defense, just like I talked about. At Illinois with a great defense. And then Ohio State, who's going to have that speed on the perimeter and potentially a great defense, as Zach Smith said earlier on your video that you posted, maybe even a top 10 defense. So there are 4, and I'm not saying they're losing all 4 of them. There are 4 very losable games for Wisconsin, and a lot of people think that they could easily go 11-1, maybe 10-2. They're a lock to win the West. I don't think that's the case. What say you?
I picked Wisconsin to go 9-3 and tie Iowa for the Western Division lead, and of course, it's going to come down to their game. If that's the case, it's going to come down to a game that they've got at home in Madison against Iowa. I don't believe Iowa's won there since 2015. I don't tend to buy too much into the home field advantage just being an automatic default to whichever team. So Iowa's not had good luck there, but I think that they can go on the road to Madison and win. To me, Iowa's got a much higher floor than Wisconsin because they've been running the same system, same terminology, and I'm exaggerating to a certain extent. Of course, they've had coaching changes and so forth, but basically it's been Kirk Ferentz's structure in his organization, and everything has revolved around him for 23 years. And so you've got stability, and you've got a defense that is a top 5 to 10 defense in America. And Wisconsin always has a front seven that is one of the best in America, typically do. But you lose Jim Leonard on that side of the ball, who's really good at what he does. And on the offensive side, I think it projects long term to be very exciting and successful for Wisconsin. I believe that Luke Fickell was the best coaching hire of the offseason, but that may not necessarily take hold in season 1 with a new coordinator on both sides of the ball, new quarterback, new head coach. And like you say, they've got to go to Pullman, which is a difficult place to play early. Of course, that doesn't factor into the Big Ten race.
Right.
Yeah, I think both Iowa and Wisconsin, if you're considering that to be the race for the division, they both play a game that they most likely will lose. Iowa going to Penn State, Wisconsin hosting Ohio State, although they catch the Buckeyes after Penn State, and that could be a bit of a letdown spot.
Yeah.
And looking at Wisconsin, they bring in CJ Williams on the perimeter from USC. It's going to be, and I believe, I got to think that between Luke Fickell and Phil Longo, they are too smart to try to force things, to try to force personnel to do things that they can't do, and to completely revamp the offense in one off season.
Right.
It's still going to be a power run team. And they still, you mentioned Braylon Allen. Everybody loves him. No reason not to. The guy's been, knocking defenders down since he was 17 years old. And Ches Malusi actually was at one time the listed starter. And of course, the Clemson transfer, he's a really good back. So I think they don't want to get away or try to turn things over too quickly in terms of their approach.
Yeah. And you brought up CJ Williams. The most production they have out of a transfer is also Bryson Green. He's a player I never hear mentioned. He came from Oklahoma State. When Oklahoma State kind of fell off the radar last year, makes sense why he wouldn't be a name to highlight. But I mean, CJ Williams is a kid that everybody wanted out of high school, but I'm not sure if it has turned out to be it has worked out for him, and it certainly didn't work out for him at USC. But is that a depth play? Because I saw it last year where you had 5, 6 USC wide receivers being able to make an impact immediately. Heck, we saw just in week 0 that true freshman Zachariah Branch was able to make an impact. So if this kid is really all that good, how was he not even able to crack the 2 deep when USC rotates receivers pretty regularly? Now, receiver isn't a huge concern because I did like what I saw from Shamir DK and Skylar Bell last year, and then they added some things on top of that. But I'm just saying it's not a given that this Wisconsin receiver room is massively upgraded from last year. I definitely don't think that's the case. Quarterback, probably an upgrade, though.
Well, I will say this about any wide receiver at a place like USC under Lincoln Riley, at least the USC Lincoln Riley version at wide receiver. It's almost like Ohio State. There wasn't enough targets for Jameson Williams. And so you could be a really good player and get lost in the wide receiver room at USC. And CJ Williams could be a top flight player at Wisconsin when given the opportunity. I'm not saying that he will be, not scouted him or anything, but he was highly sought after, highly touted, transferred from Oklahoma and got lost in the wide receiver room. But that doesn't mean at that place, I don't see that as being as much of a warning sign as it would be somewhere else.
You have a point to a certain extent. The only thing I'm going to say about that is and I know you're not comparing the players. In fact, I think it would be pretty unfair to expect that CJ Williams comes in and has a similar impact to Jameson Williams at Alabama. But Jamison Williams was the fourth receiver in a wide receiver room that had a wide receiver coach and still has that coach with a philosophy that we want our best guys out there all the time. Brian Hartline does not rotate the way that Zach Smith did. I'm an Ohio State fan, of course, so I mean, I'm very familiar with this. And that was the same thing last year. The only guy that really rotated in to that top kind of rotation of the offense is a Swiss Army knife with a unique skill set, and his name is Xavier Johnson. The other three, Julian Fleming, Emeka Egbuka, and Marvin Harrison Jr., were playing constantly to the point where it seemed like Emeka Egbuka at the end of the season just had dead legs. He was exhausted, tired. And once he had that month off, he looked amazing against Georgia with an extra burst against Georgia. USC doesn't do that, right? USC rotates these receivers. We saw Mario Williams and Jordan Addison. We saw Taj Washington and Brennan Rice, among others too. I mean, there's a couple more that definitely played for them, and CJ Williams was not a guy that cracked that rotation. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean that it's a lost cause. I think he's still got to develop quite a bit based on me just being able to put 2 and 2 together, essentially. That's just my takeaway from that.
Again, I am in no way touting CJ Williams to be a future superstar. I've not seen him play.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm just saying that based on the evaluation of how good he's supposed to be, that I would not be surprised if he turns out to be a factor.
Right. Well, I'm really excited to see that Minnesota-Nebraska game. And then also West Virginia. I know they're a little bit down right now, but Neil Brown has had decent secondaries since he's gotten to West Virginia. So be that as it may, that might be a good matchup test for Penn State. So that's the last thing I'm going to say is those two games really excite me more than anything else. And then, of course, seeing Devin Brown start at quarterback, hopefully. I've been touting that since like the end of last year, just somebody athletic at Ohio State. So, all right. Well, thanks for your time, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate you being here, Bash. Take care. Enjoy week 1. All right. Appreciate Bash. That's a name from the past. Used to call us all the time here at the Voice of College Football. Want to remind everyone that John D'Adamo takes over at 8 p.m. Eastern time for the Ocho from 8 to 10 Eastern. I'll be back with Matt Zemek for our USC live show coming up at 11 Eastern and 8 Pacific tonight over on the USC channel. If you have not taken notice of what's going on at the USC channel, ton of great programming. We do the USC show on Monday night, various shows and posts throughout the week with Tim Prangley, Tony Altamore, and Rick Anaya. And of course, USC post-game. We've got 18 post-game shows here at the Voice of College Football. And for those of you who aren't aware, we've got multiple channels out there. We've got, I believe, 15 channels. So starting this weekend, well, we already had Notre Dame and USC featured this past Saturday, and those post-game shows with Notre Dame covered by the two Irish brothers and Tim, Tony, and Rick on the USC post-game. And now this weekend on Thursday night, we've got the Nebraska-Minnesota game, and we'll have Nebraska post with our guy Justin Adams over on the Nebraska channel. And then we've got in the Big Ten, focusing, of course, on the Big Ten. There it is, Justin Adams hosting our Nebraska post game. So join Justin right after the Nebraska-Minnesota game over on the Husker channel. We've got Iowa post game. Of course, the Hawkeyes open against Utah State. Corey Braddock, Coach Don Patterson. That's on the Iowa channel after every Iowa game. We also have Penn State post game. That's going to be right here on the main channel, on the national channel, featuring Tim Aiden of Black Shoe Diaries, Penn State, West Virginia postgame, right here for the Penn State perspective. For the West Virginia perspective, we'll have Country Roads doing the West Virginia postgame over on the West Virginia channel. As I mentioned off the top, we also would like to increase our number of post-game shows, especially concerning some key teams across America, whether that be Ohio State, Texas A&M, LSU, Florida, come to mind. We could certainly use a Utah post-game show. That would be good. UCLA, fill in the blank. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arkansas. In the SEC, we only have Alabama. We do have Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee covered. So we should be good with those three. But beyond that, nothing else in the SEC. So we are not giving up hope and of adding more post-game shows. But hey, I got to say, for my own sanity on a Saturday and trying to watch all the games and do the content that I produce, trying to manage all these post-game shows, it would be just fine if we didn't add any more. But we're always trying to expand if it makes sense. And we also, of course, have Michigan post-game featuring John and Dre on the Michigan channel. So join those two after every Wolverines game on the Michigan channel. All right, we've got a watch party here at the Voice of College Football on the main channel with me, 3:30 Eastern, Ohio State, Indiana, Washington, Boise State in terms of Big Ten teams. Maryland and Wisconsin are in play against whoever Maryland's going to beat up on Saturday. It's like Towson State or somebody. I forget who they play. And Wisconsin's got Buffalo. I guess I've got it right in front of me, don't I? Yes, Maryland and Towson is on the Big Ten Network. So again, whatever broadcasts get my attention, but we'll focus primarily to start on Ohio State, Indiana, and the rest of the 3:30 games. And you can lock in on the watch party by joining us here on YouTube, becoming a member right here on YouTube or on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV and you can sign up right there. And again, after the games on Saturday, Michigan post-game, Nebraska post-game, Iowa post-game, and also Penn State post-game on those various channels. The Penn State post-game is going to be right here on the national channel. In addition to that, folks, we got USC post-game, Notre Dame, Oregon, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida State, Clemson, Miami, Georgia Tech, and I believe we've got them all. Oklahoma, Texas, West Virginia. There we go. Now I think I got them all. All right. Appreciate everybody being here. Comments. Let's see. We got a couple super chats coming in. Appreciate those. Here we go. Badger and Bournemouth. Mark, did you know that Wisconsin is 45-12 versus the Big Ten West over the last 10 years? Let me think about that one. 45-12 against the Big Ten West over the last 10 years. So that's 2013 through 22. And Wisconsin would be the best team in the division during that time, not by a huge amount, but over Iowa, 45-12. So I'm a bit surprised by that number being quite to that degree. That's a 80% winning percentage over the West. Shoot, Paul Chris got fired and he was 68-24 in the Big Ten, or that was his overall record at Wisconsin, and his Big Ten record was pretty impressive. So good stat there from Badger and Bournemouth. I guess I could add that up going through the years. If I could not add up the games against the Big Ten Western Division. No, I don't have that kind of photographic memory. I do know Wisconsin's records from year to year over the last 10 years, but not their records against the Big Ten Western Division. That is an intriguing stat. Badger and Bournemouth, thank you so much for that. Mike 3883 chiming in. Thank you so much for the contribution there. The 5 spot from Mike. My week 1 upset picks. Fresno State over Purdue. I believe they are a 3.5-point dog. And Toledo over Illinois. We produced a video couple of weeks ago looking at possible week 1 upsets and put some teams on upset alert. I did not necessarily consider Fresno State and Purdue an upset. I know technically, Mike, it is an upset, so I'm not discounting your selection there. But I didn't look it up thinking, okay, this is going to be an upset, or this is really what I would consider to be an upset. I'm actually a bit surprised that Purdue is a favorite. I know they're at home. That's worth typically a field goal. But yeah, those are good selections there. Toledo is many people's choices to win the MAC this year after I believe the Rockets won it last season. And Illinois has a history of losing to MAC schools. I saw a list somebody posted the other day of the last time that every team in the Big Ten, listing each team, the last time each school in the Big Ten lost to a group of 5 team. And most of them, almost all of them were in the last decade, except for, I believe, Michigan State. You got to go back to 2009 against Central Michigan. And Ohio State's goes back to 1990 against Air Force, who was a really good football team, and they lost in the Liberty Bowl to Air Force as a 17-point favorite. And yes, you can probably tell that I do remember that game and remember being, horribly disappointed, because Ohio State came within like inches of going to the Rose Bowl, did not go to the Rose Bowl. Michigan beat them on a last play of the game field goal, and then they dropped all the way to the Liberty Bowl and lost to Air Force. Don't know that they necessarily wanted to show up for that game. But good picks out of Mike. Again, I was eyeing that Toledo-Illinois game as well. Lemansky, thanks for the 15 spot there, Lemansky. Appreciate you. Longest tenured Big Ten coaches. Kirk Ferentz, 23 plus years. James Franklin, who would be, I believe, in his 11th season in the Big Ten. I think 2013. No. Let's see. Joe Pa, 2011, I think, was his last year. That would have been Bill O'Brien in 2012 and 13. James Franklin in 14. So Franklin in his 10th season in the Big Ten. Jim Harbaugh started in 2015. So this would be year 9 under Harbaugh. Coaching at turnover more often than you think in this conference. That being said, we'd have to do a deep dive, but I think the coaching stability is so. Good point, Lemansky. You're right. After Kirk, big drop off. Franklin, Harbaugh, long tenures at their schools for a college football coach at around a decade. Then everybody else is relatively new to their position inside 5 years. But that stability, compare that to the SEC. Saban, there forever, 15 years. Brian Kelly just started. Jimbo's working on year 6. Lane Kiffin just started a couple of years ago. Now, of course, the situation in Mississippi State is what it is. Mike Leach would still be there. Rest in peace, Pirate. Sam Pittman, 4th season at Arkansas. Josh Heupel just started a couple years ago. He's coming into his 3rd year. Shane Beamer just started 3rd year at South Carolina. Clark Lee just started at Vandy. I believe this is his 3rd season. Kirby's working on year 8. So I think if you would go conference to conference, this would be probably the most stable. If you go through the Big 12, most of those coaches have been there not long. Kansas State, Texas, Oklahoma. Mike Gundy's been around forever at Oklahoma State, but outside of him, Sonny Dykes, year 2. Year three. But then if you go through, Lance Leipold just started a couple years ago. Joey McGuire, 2nd season at Texas Tech. I think this is the most stable head coaching league in America. And I think that has a lot to do with the success of the Big Ten. And Bash, we got you your StreamYard link. So whomever got that to him, John or somebody else, Jason, thank you so much for doing that. Bash, thank you so much for your call and contribution. Appreciate that. Lemansky says the Badgers have one of the most wins in the country not to be in a college football playoff if memory serves. That makes sense. College football playoff started in 2014. And the high-end schools that have not reached a playoff would be Penn State. They're the first one that hit me. I don't know that anyone's really close to Penn State that has not made a playoff. Penn State. Utah. But Utah has not been as good as Penn State since the outset of the playoff. But yeah, Utah would be right there. Wisconsin's there. Iowa's been consistently an 8-win team, 9-win team, a little bit better than that. 2015, they got close. But Michigan State's been to the playoff. Washington's been to the playoff. But those would be the 3 or 4 that are at the top end of the scale for not reaching the playoff. As our buddy Marty Leap said in our conversation a few minutes ago, and I've said this a number of times, that Penn State, if things don't change, if things stay the way they are, is going to be the biggest beneficiary of the 12-team playoff. They would have made the 12-team playoff in 2016, 17, 18 would have been close, 19, 22, safely in the playoffs. All right. We appreciate the contributions. John has posted those on the ticker there. So we want to recognize everyone who has contributed here to the Big Ten Live Show. John, what's going on tonight?
Hey, it's good to be back. Had a week off. Had to go to a conference in Minnesota. And also I figured this week I'd probably be on like 6 or 7 shows. So I'm like, let's just take a week, go do business and then come back.
Nice.
But I wanted to, we got the Voice of College Football t-shirt on.
Thank you.
Yep. So we can, get that link out to people, free shipping. So get your merchandise now that we're officially in football season.
We are.
It feels so cathartic to say that.
We got to watch football over the weekend, and at never any point is anyone so happy to see the likes of UTEP and UMass and Jacksonville State playing football.
Oh, so I couldn't watch everything, but I did see some of the Notre Dame game. I enjoyed Notre Dame beating up on Navy a bit there, 42-3. So that was fun. Got to see Don Brown win a game.
Yeah.
So not too shabby there. He's already at his win total from last year. So, who knows? He could double or triple it. Maybe more.
Yeah, the big UMass New Mexico State game.
Absolutely.
Yes, it was quite the weekend. Yes.
And don't forget, everybody, watch party. So if you are not yet a Patreon member or a YouTube member, you want to get that taken care of in the next couple of days so that you can join us join the watch party that's going to be going down.
John, now that I look at this schedule a little closer, the Big Ten schedule for Saturday, educate me on this. I know this is a really dumb question and people are going to be like, Mark, you worked in the TV industry, but I am completely separated from it right now. Do I need Peacock to see Michigan play at noon? What's the deal here?
You do need Yes, it's not a joke. You need Peacock. Now, I'm hoping that what they do, see, if they were smart, here's what they would do. They would have everyone do a free trial, right? The people who are doing the Michigan want to see the Michigan game, get in with a free trial. And then maybe it's a week of free trial, and then you start charging the $5.99 a month that it's going to need to be. But yeah, it's I'm getting it because I got to cover the game. I got to do the post game show. Dre is out this week, so I'll be holding down the fort and taking calls for the first time ever at Michigan Post Game Live. We are taking calls.
Michigan post game with John each and every week. Dre usually on board with him, but John's flying solo for week 1, and I will possibly look into Peacock. My cable/streaming story for the week was that, again, I'm not going to go through the logistics, but I'm kind of in transition here in regards to living circumstances. So I let the cable go for a couple months and didn't want to deal with it because I was coming from another location and just thought I may be out of here before football season and it doesn't matter to me right now. So I ordered the cable because I'm going to be here for a while. I ordered the cable. So I have a long history with these cable people, and I'm not going to name the company exactly right here, but if you follow me on Twitter, you may have seen me complain from time to time because it's just, I do not blame the fine people that you deal with on the phone because I think they are doing their very best. I think it's the system, it's the structure, it's the organization. It's not them most of the time.
You know, what's tough is YouTube TV. I enjoy it greatly for college football because you can pretty much see most of the games.
John, not to cut you off. So you're going to, in your spiel here, sell me or don't sell me on YouTube TV. So I need a recommendation there.
So YouTube TV, I like it because number one, you can see multiple games on one screen. So therefore, for me, I do usually 2 TV screens. And so I'm going to have 2 games going on each screen. So you're just maximizing the amount of like plays you're watching. And then usually I'll put whatever game's more interesting or more, you know, or obviously the Michigan, because I have to cover that for the post game. But you know, you have your kind of game that you're listening to most of the time, and then you can switch the audio when there's a commercial, right? So I'm probably going to have 4 games going on 2 screens. First thing on Saturday, Saturday when it gets started. So that's why I like it, because you can get most of your games, record everything, and then you just have it all the whole season. So just hit that plus button and it can just record all the games.
Are there any games that you cannot get?
Yes. Pac-12 network.
Okay.
Not included, unfortunately. So I have to, I have to like look elsewhere for my USC and UCLA games sometimes that I watch. But most games you can get. So obviously, if they're doing a thing like NBC is with Peacock, then then they get you, because then you got to get your. I think there's going to be more of that as we get into years here. But so on the Ocho, we are going to be literally covering we're going to be talking about every single game with a Big Ten, at least one Big Ten team over these. So we're going to talk about every single game, any lines that have come out, any of that stuff. So we're going to be doing that from on the Ocho here.
Awesome. Well, John, take it away. Appreciate you being here. Good to see you. Hope that you had a great week off. I know that it wasn't completely a week off, but a week off from us.
Yeah.
And that's always a good time to head to Minneapolis in
Right.
August.
Right. Yeah. Why not? Thanks a lot, Mark.
Thanks, John.
And we are back for another episode of Big Ten Live. It's the Ocho here, the voice of college football. My name is John D'Adamo, and I'm going to be taking you through the next 2 hours. I have taken off a few days, so I'm now back, and I have, I think, 5 shows in the next 6 days. So you're going to be seeing some of me out there in the world, including tonight, including 30-Minute War tomorrow. Weather pending. Wednesday, 5 p.m. for Michigan Live. Thursday, I do the 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern block on the 24-hour marathon. And Saturday for U of M post-game live after the game. So it is going to be a little nuts. And there's a hurricane coming. So all of that's going to happen. And we're just gonna see how that goes, folks.
Before we let on our all-star panel, because we do have some people already calling in, I'll have room for maybe 2 more in addition. So looks like, okay, so I have room for 1 more. So 1 more person, maybe 2 tops can come in at for the 8 p.m. and we will rotate. So if there's enough people who want to call, we'll rotate people in and out so that we can get more callers. But what we are going to be doing is previewing the week 1 games. So before we do that, we do want to just ask everybody if you even have a couple of bucks to consider donating to the Traveling Fools GoFundMe. He has had a lot of family stuff, a lot of family tragedy. His son just passed away. This entire episode is dedicated to the memory of Brennan Patrick Smith Jr., Traveling Fools' son, Brennan Traveling Fools, who many of us know. So please donate to the GoFundMe. Even if you have like $5, you know, I'm not exactly rolling right now, so I donated 10. So yes, Todd, yes, I am on a lot. So you guys are gonna get real sick of me, but that's okay because I think it'll die down a little bit next week, but we'll see what happens. So without further ado, don't forget the watch party's happening. So Patreon and YouTube members can be part of the watch party. And I think it's time to bring on our all-star panel for the Big Ten Live. We're going to begin with the host of the Jacksonian, Jackson Johnson, in the house.
How's it going, Johnny?
I'm good. Ready to talk some week 1?
Let's get at it. I'm ready for some week 1 previews.
All right, and back to the show. Will ND is in the house. Hey, Will.
What's up, everyone?
Good to see you. And my co-host on 30-Minute War every week, including tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, weather permitting. I have to make that caveat, weather permitting, because if the hurricane comes and I don't have internet, it ain't happening. Unless he gets some other Michigan fan to co-host that week. But we'll probably just move it to later. We got Buckeye Mike in the house. Buckeye Mike, welcome back. What's that?
Not me a bad time. I'm in Dairy Queen.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm just gonna put you on mute, and then when you're out of Dairy Queen, let us know.
Will do.
Cool. All right. Nothing wrong with a little ice cream before getting on the panel. We got Michigan man Jason in the house.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and
Loud
clear.
and clear.
All
What's
right.
up, Jason?
What's up, Jackson?
Not
And
much.
We're gonna
You guys
let
ready for football, man?
one more
Oh,
person
I'm all
in.
set.
Mike, I'm letting Mike in. The Golden Playbook. You're gonna be the first for the 9 o'clock block, okay? Especially because we love Notre Dame fans, but we're gonna give preference to Big Ten. So 9 p.m. You're gonna be the first person. Mike Fort, welcome to the show. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
So, folks,
Mike 40.
Yes,
Yeah, that's me.
absolutely. And it looks like we both have on our Michigan. I have my regular, and you have your Michigan Voice of College Football T-shirt.
You know it.
So if you haven't gotten that yet, please do. It's football season. It helps the channel. All of that good stuff. And please read the super chats. I can do that. So let's see we've got one super chat. So Dave Valensky, $4.99. Wow, I thought about it. Minnesota versus Wisconsin last year was the same. The ESPN ABC broadcast a big time game. Yeah, I mean ESPN ABC. Yeah, they don't have a ton of big time ones. So yeah, I mean they have the playoffs. So there's that. But yeah. So who else did I miss? Did we miss any others before? I think we got everybody else. Daryl, you might have been out when we read the other ones, but yeah, Thank you, Dave, for pulling that off. So why don't we begin with the first game? And this is, by the way, we'll probably have to stop halfway through. Let some more people on at 9. But we're gonna start with Nebraska at Minnesota. Minnesota is favored to win this game by 7.5 points. It's the first Big Ten game Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox. So my question is, can Matt Rule shock the world, win his very first game as a head coach of Nebraska?
No.
Yes.
Unfortunately, no.
Good game.
I
feel
think
like
they're gonna
7.5
beat
's a
Minnesota.
lot.
I like Minnesota in that one.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm taking Nebraska money line.
Ooh, sweet.
Oh,
I think they win. I think they beat Minnesota straight up.
wow. What,
As
Mike?
much as I
What's
love TJ Fleck,
what?
I would say
Mike-
Nebraska
Yeah.
can pull it off.
Yeah.
I don't see it his first year. I know Rule's a good coach, but I don't see how he's going to get over that hump already. It might take him another year.
Mike,
Well,
what do you
I
think
think
the
Minnesota's
factor is
the better
going to be for a Nebraska win? What do you think needs to be there?
I think that as much as I complained about Tanner Morgan, I think he was still an upgrade. So I think losing him will matter. I think Mo Ibrahim not getting a 13th year of eligibility is going to hurt them. I think their defense is going to step back a little bit. This is not so much a high on Nebraska as it is low on Minnesota. I think all these people that are talking about like Minnesota are going to be like going 9 wins again. I think they are absolutely delusional. They're going to see that Minnesota is going to be exposed. I also think that with all the stuff coming out about PJ Fleck and all his little weird Bill Cosby type control stuff, there's going to be a bit of a culture issue.
Well, I got Minnesota going 8-4.
Feel so icky what's going on.
Well, Mike, if Nebraska does beat Minnesota Thursday night, it'll be the first time since 2018 that it's happened, thus ending a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, I do know that
Scott Frost era.
Minnesota has had Nebraska's number for a while, but I think this is just a matter of Nebraska's on the way up, Minnesota's on the way down. Like I said, and there's just
I don't see it.
There's too many negatives I see with Minnesota right now.
Yeah, new quarterback, no more Ibrahim. They're gonna be busting in some new pieces, and so I think Nebraska. That there's a reason why this line is only 7.5, and it's very possible that Nebraska could win.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like Jeff Sims, if he plays like as well as people are hyping him up to be, and I don't know, like I just saw him have no line at Georgia Tech when we played against him. Like he had like rushers were coming at him like at every angle in that 2021 game. So I feel like if the line gives him time, I feel like he can do quite well.
I think it'll be close, but I like Minnesota at home. I think PJ Fleck's a good coach too. I think it'll be like 31-28 or something like that.
It's going to be a high-scoring game no matter what. Because Nebraska's, I don't think Rule's going to fix that defense in 1 year.
Back on the show with us, Buckeye Mike. How's your ice cream?
I got suckered into filling out an application.
Oh, okay. Wow.
We're going to start calling you Daily Mike here in a minute. Daily Mike.
That would be interesting. Yeah, you live from the Dairy Queen. It's we're covering college football.
Hey, Buckeye Mike, I'll give you $10 if you do a Jim Cornette. No wrestling fans here, huh?
Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
Remember Jim Cornette always walked around with a tennis racket.
Yeah, whenever you get a moment, after the show, just do a YouTube search for Jim Cornette Dairy Queen. It's one of the funniest things you will ever see in your life. It's great. I don't want to ruin it, but you got to watch it.
I'm excited to see Gus and Joel back in the booth, even though I'm still mad at Joel for wrecking Oklahoma and Notre Dame.
Oh man, I
miss Gus and Joel.
I'm mad at Gus Kate.
I'm so excited to hear Gus Johnson go, "Oh, touchdown!" That's
Yeah.
gonna be amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
I prefer Klatt. I still love listening to Joel Klatt. Last year's game, the done. I still get a kick out of that.
like I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
I do
character.
think Minnesota's gonna win 28-24, but I do
Wow.
feel that 7.5 is way too
7.5
high.
is too
for me.
much.
No,
I
it'll be
mean,
close.
It
But
should
I
be
like
at least.
Minnesota.
It should be at least 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's interesting. I think that they're banking on the fact that Matt Rule's a new coach. They're instituting a new system. But based on what I saw in this, I know that you can't take a lot from the spring game, but I watched the spring game. Nebraska's physicality was back. Rule was able to institute that in a couple of months because they were dealing with Scott Frost, let's not tackle in practice, and all these things for years. And now Matt Rule comes in and says, we are going to tackle in practice. We are going to go after the quarterbacks. We're going to be simulating real games here. And it was reflected in the spring game immediately. Like that. So I can only imagine 4 more months. They're going to at least hold their own.
I think if it was at Nebraska, I would probably leave Nebraska, but it's at Minnesota, so that's why I think Minnesota.
Fair enough. We've got a big super chat here. Dave Valensky, throw in the stacks. We appreciate your contribution. The next time someone brings up PJ Flex, I'm guessing he means FLECK''S, and not like Flex Protect. So, because there is a Flex Protect Plus schedule system too. As a negative, I just need to remind you there's more players that enjoy the culture. A couple disgruntled former players and a pissed off fired assistant coach. That's actually a good point that you can't really pay full attention to the people that got let go, the people, you've got to look at that with a bit of a grain of salt. Just like when you're reading Glassdoor reviews, you're looking to work somewhere, and you see that people who got fired are saying bad things about the company. You've got to just take that with a bit of a grain of salt because they did get fired. So there is some validity to that. Anybody want to take the opposite point, or are we all kind of feeling what Dave is saying?
Like I said, just the stuff I hear. Like I said, that's why I called it Cosby-like stuff. He seems to have like some real control issues. About like wanting people to do like weird, not sexual stuff, but like weird stuff just to kind of like assert his dominance. It almost appears. It's like that doesn't seem like it really would go well on a roster with a bunch of 19, 20, 21-year-olds. But
yeah,
hey,
I'm not gonna go as far as to say it's Cosby-like in any way, given what he did. But
no, like I say,
I do think the control issues are something But remember, many old school coaches are control freaks, and I mean the best, like some of the best ones: Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, and yes, we could say problems about all of them, and we know some of Urban's stuff. But these are coaches who win. And so Jim Harbaugh himself, we know that he had friction at the 49ers because of control issues. I mean, the best coaches are control freaks.
Well, if you remember, Urban's guys were going to revolt on him the first couple of years he was there. He had to kind of, set up his culture, which, it's hard-nosed, but, it wasn't anything like illegal or anything that would turn kids off. But, when they first got there, having that interim year under Fickle, they didn't really have, really much to go on as far as, a guy that's more, stern and, forthright.
So to wrap up on this first game, so let's go around the horn. Jackson, who do you think is going to win?
Minnesota. It's going to be a 28-24 victory.
Okay. Will, what do you think?
I'm going to flip Jason's score. I'm going to go 31-28 Nebraska.
Wow. Okay. Buckeye Mike?
Yeah. going to shock the world here and go Nebraska 27-21.
I mean, I don't think it's that shocking, that prediction. And Mike.
I'll say Nebraska 34-23.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, 11 points. And Jason, rounding out with you.
I gotta take Minnesota 31-28.
Nebraska 31, Minnesota 28. All right. And again, I honestly think it's a crapshoot. This one really could go either way. So if people come on next week and they're like, "You were wrong," well, you know what? Like, I'm basing that on spring game evaluation and Minnesota losing a bunch of people and Nebraska looking actually pretty solid in what I've seen. All right, here's a fun one. So we go to, and I'm going in schedule order. So here we go. So Central Michigan is about to go into Michigan State and compete Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on FS1. Michigan State is favored by 14.5, but Central Michigan has upset teams before. And so the question is, can McElwain upset Michigan State at Michigan State?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you guys
Yes.
are such...
Okay, well, let's dive into reasoning, though. I want to dive into reasoning, so let's go into reasoning. Why do you think that's possible?
We don't know anything about Noah Kim. I don't think he's going to be any better than Peyton Thorne. No Keon Coleman. They've lost pieces on defense. They are in complete teardown mode right now.
They lost a lot. I agree. I don't know what to expect from Michigan State this year, honestly.
I said Michigan State preseason 4-8, and honestly, if they go 3-9, it wouldn't shock me. I think they are in complete shambles.
So Will, you were kind of laughing about, I think, my framing there. I think you enjoy it when I like to occasionally poke the bear when it comes to the Michigan State Spartans. But what's kind of your take on the game?
I honestly don't know much about Central Michigan. I mean, how did they do last year? Does anyone know off the top of their head?
They were like a middling MAC team.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know, Michigan State, they'll be lucky to make a bowl this year. But
4-8. They were 4-8.
They won't make a bowl. I'll put my mortgage on it.
Well, I don't know. Mel could get it together a bit, but we'll see. But I don't know. I do think that there's some talent on the defense, especially the defensive line in Michigan State, and I think they'll bail them out in this game. So I don't know. Can I give my score, or do you want me to wait?
Wait a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be impressed by oh my gosh, Michigan State's so good. But I think
we'll wrap up with scores, I think, at the end of each one. But real quick, I try to honor the super chats as they come in. And this one was just mentioning, we just talked about Fleck. I guess is this, who has the most unique and quirky personality, Fleck or Harbaugh? I mean, I think it's Harbaugh.
Well, the difference
I'm biased, but
okay, they're similar, but the difference is Harbaugh wins and Fleck hasn't won the West yet. So people can buy into Harbaugh because Michigan has had success, but Minnesota hasn't had that same level of success. So it's not as likable to the fans because they'll be like, yeah, Harbaugh's our guy, we love him. But
Fleck is more of the cool, quirky. Harbaugh's more of the nerdy quirky. To be honest, I hate to say that. I mean, he's a great coach, but he's kind of the nerdy quirky.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
Minnesota did win. Minnesota did win in 2019.
One's a player's coach. One's not.
Oh, they want to share, but that doesn't count because they didn't play in the championship.
A share, yeah. That's fair. They want to share. It's like when Michigan, I think it was 2018, we were co-champions of the East, and obviously we, it's like who's in the game, who's in the game that matters.
Yeah.
But I get it. So yeah, I say Harbaugh just because. I mean, Harbaugh wins, but also he has such a cult of personality that when he came to the school, ticket sales revitalized. Remember, Michigan was in a bad place. It was called the Dark Ages, and I went to the school at the time, and it was an interesting experience going through the Rich Rod and Brady Hoke eras, being in Ann Arbor.
Rich Rodriguez.
He came in and revitalized the program. He did the deal with the Jordan. He did the first Jordan deal for football, for college. There's just a lot of stuff. He just came in and brought all this like swagger, and Fleck did too, but it wasn't accompanied by the same level of consistent success, or at least 9 to 10 wins consistently, and now this new apex that Harbaugh's in. So I think it just depends on where you place the.
But just the fact that Michigan was the first school to get the Jumpman, deal. Just think about that, because Jordan was from North Carolina, so you'd think North Carolina would be the first team to get it. That's something to think about.
Well, Ric Flair was born and raised in Minnesota, and he's basically a Michigan rep now.
Woo!
Woo!
Ric Flair, he reps a lot of teams. I think he reps Miami too. One of those Florida teams.
Oh, I see him wearing Michigan swag all the time, though.
Yeah, he likes Michigan.
Well, he always wanted to go to Michigan. I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen any bios of him. Like, I know the ESPN had a 30-30 for Nature Boy. He's always been a fan of the Michigan.
Absolutely. So let's wrap up with who do we our predictions for Central Michigan at Michigan State. This time we'll go in opposite order, so we'll start with Jason.
I mean, this could be potentially a game that they could upset Michigan State, but I just don't think they have enough talent to do it, even though Michigan State's going to be bad this year.
Yeah.
So I got Michigan State winning, but it's going to be closer than people think. I'm going to say 38-24.
Okay. That's not like a crazy. I don't think that's a crazy score at all. Mike Ford.
I'll say 23-20 Michigan State in overtime.
Will ND.
I'll go 21-10 Michigan State.
Okay. And Jackson?
28-17 Michigan State.
And I'm a little closer to Mike. I think it's going to be Michigan State 24, Central Michigan 21. 3 point. So 24-21.
Wow.
3-point victory.
Wow.
Well, we know that
Michigan
the MAC.
State.
Well, the MAC winning streak over the Big Ten's going to continue, but not in this game.
Yeah, Noah Kim is. I think he is. From reports I've seen, he's a smidge better than Peyton Thorne. They did lose Keon Coleman. Fun fact: I accidentally put Keon Coleman in the game when I played against Michigan State on NCAA 14, and Michigan still beat Michigan State 41-7. So, and they had Keon Coleman.
Well, John, not according to Michigan State fans, they think Kim's going to be the next Caleb Williams. If you thought
well, I just say dream big. You got to have big dreams in life. And saying that Noah Kim is going to be the next Caleb Williams is a big dream.
He torched my high school, man. He played well against us when I was in high school. Yeah.
I mean, well, they lost a quarterback that's now starting at an SEC school.
Where did he go again?
Auburn.
Okay.
Peyton Thorne?
Yeah. I mean, I assume that he's going to be the starter for Auburn.
Dependent Fanatic is the closest prediction out of all of us Michigan fans. 21-20 Michigan State. Nobody has picked the upset though. The big ups and Central Michigan has upset teams before. Occasionally. So
when they had Antonio Brown and
when they had Antonio Brown. Yeah. So let's go to and shout out to Eric Goldberg, who's traveling around the world at the moment. But Lemansky's here, I know, and others from the Iowa contingent. Utah State at Iowa. Saturday at noon on FS1. The question is, can Cade McNamara provide needed stability on the offensive side of the football?
Wait, our guy Joe Long, Notre Dame fan, did have Central Michigan winning 21-17.
Okay.
Hey,
wow.
John,
Right.
is Cade 100%? Have you heard anything about him?
So I haven't heard anything in the last couple of days, but as of about a week or so ago, it was some type of like soft tissue, I believe, but nothing so serious that it's going to keep him out.
Okay.
We have Lemansky in chat, and we have, I believe, Casey Mallory if they want to chime in with anything that they've heard. But I think he'll be able to play in week 1, but we'll see.
I don't think Utah State's very good, so I think should be good to go either.
Yeah, I think Cade at 80%, they still roll over Utah State pretty bad.
Yeah, they've been pretty good in recent years, though. I mean, they've had some pretty stable quarterback play. In fact, wasn't Jordan Love Utah State?
Yeah, but I don't think they've been good since he left.
Well, and before them, they had Chucky Keaton. He was pretty good. Now I don't think he made the NFL, but Utah State's been a thorn in people's side, especially out in the pack, for a few years running. I don't know how good they're going to be this year. I don't project them beating Iowa, but I don't think this is going to be one of these Iowa wins by 30 either.
Okay, so Cade did return to practice yesterday, and he is listed as the starter on the week 1 depth chart. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to play, or maybe they'll try to keep him out because I think they're going to win even if they have their backup. But yeah, because I don't think Utah State's going to be able to fend with Iowa's defense. So this could be a game where the defense and then the two of the best tight ends I think in the country in Luke Lachey and Eric All, they can just slant down the field with their backup quarterback, go 7 yards a piece and win that game. We'll go over scores in a bit. Any other takes on Utah State at Iowa?
I hope Iowa's offense looks better for Corey and everyone else, and Erica's and Lemansky's mental health.
Dennis Lang says Iowa
Dennis
16.
isn't optimistic.
Wow.
Yes, Buckeye Mike, you can come back in.
It's not going to be that close.
That's a close.
It depends on if Cade plays or not. If Cade plays, yeah, I'll tell you different scores.
Yeah, if Cade plays, you're looking at probably like a 38-10 type game, I think, or 38-16 type game. If he doesn't play, then I think you're looking at still a win, but maybe a 7 to 10 point win. Buckeye Mike is back in the house.
Welcome back. How's that blizzard, buddy?
Half melted.
Oh,
man. Okay, so which ones did I miss?
You missed a couple. We're on right now Utah State at Iowa. So the question is, if Cade comes back, can he provide that stability on offense that Iowa needs?
He can, but he's not the only piece to actually make the team have success. You have to have other pieces put around him for the team to have success.
Right, and when I talked to Corey Bratta about this, I want to say it was like a month ago on Hawkeye of the Storm. I called in, and he was saying he's concerned about the O-line because Cade is a proven quarterback in terms of his ability to game manage. He's not going to be a gunslinger, but he can manage the game. He can be a leader of the team. He can do the things that Iowa's been missing in terms of ball security and just getting wins and getting solid wins. So he was just concerned. Yes, there's tight ends. Yes, there's the running back. Yes, there's Caleb Brown, wide receiver. But the O-line is a patchwork of transfers and other things. So, that O-line, I think, it's not as good as Michigan's was in 2021. So,
yeah, Cade's not going to go out there and throw 400 yards and like 6 touchdowns. No. He's not that type of quarterback. But
No.
He's a proven leader. He's a game manager, and he can get the job done. He's the winner. He's proven that when he's been a starter. So
I just want to admire John's hot take by saying that Iowa's offensive line is not the equivalent of the 2021 Michigan O-line that won the Joe Moore Award that year.
Yeah, maybe not, right? Yes, that's definitely one of my hotter takes for sure. But Casey Mallory, Iowa fan, who's on Hawkeye of the Storm all the time as well, said, yes, I found it like a couple minutes ago that Cade is number 1 on the depth chart, but I would caution you, it doesn't necessarily mean he's playing a lot. They may have him out there for the first series and then put in the backup, or the first couple of series and put in the backup.
Yeah,
I think the backups are going to be playing a lot in this game.
Well, I don't even know who the backup is. Is it Labus, or did Padilla come back? Or
I believe it's Labus. Let me check. Quarterback room.
I mean, I think Padilla was a sophomore last year.
Joey Labus and Deacon Hill.
No one Padilla.
Padilla transfer? I thought Padilla transferred.
Padilla transferred to
that's what I thought.
SMU.
Okay. Oh, okay. Did not
Spencer
know that.
Petras is now a coach.
Wow.
Those who can't
He's
do
seen
teach.
the writing on the wall.
So I think that's actually great. That's actually kind of a good idea because he knows the system, he knows everything, but just the execution on his end, left something to be desired. But okay, so let's go. So at the just so you know, Buckeye Mike, at the end of each of these topics, we're doing predictions. So what our predictions are for each game. So let's start this time with Jackson on your Utah State Iowa prediction.
Well, to y'all's point about the O-line looking like such a disaster for Iowa, and we don't know what the status of the Iowa offense is looking like, it's not good. So I'm going to go with Iowa 28, Utah State 10.
I was going to go 28. I'm going 28-3 Iowa.
Ooh. All right.
I
just
trust
complete boom.
Man, that
lay the
defense
boom.
is great for Iowa. We know
they are.
Phil Parker's one of the best.
He is.
History is not kind to those who have a 28-3 lead. That's the thing.
Oh, jeez. Oh, we went there. We went there.
I knew you might say something about that.
And all I have to say is Michigan Wolverine, Thomas, Edward, Patrick Brady Jr. Let's go. All right. Buckeye Mike, what's your prediction on Utah State at Iowa?
I want to lean, because of the way Iowa's been known to come out in the first game, I want to lean to something like 9-5. But, I mean, with McNamara, there should be a little bit more production, so 15-5?
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
You can't be serious, bro. You cannot be serious.
I think he's remembering the South Dakota State game last year.
That game was so funny.
Cade McNamara is a huge upgrade from Spencer Petras from last year.
Oh dear God.
So hold on, I think it's just 20. So the question in chat was who's the what's the line? It's Iowa's favored by 20.
Oh, they ain't no way they cover that.
Nope.
That's a tough cover.
Oh, if it's 28-10, that's gonna be a bad beat on Scott Van Pelt on Sports Center.
Just like San Jose State and USC was.
Oh man,
I had to stick it in. I had to put that in.
Well, I'm definitely watching tonight. See if it's on the bad beats list.
I bet it's got to be.
Who's next for the prediction?
All right, y'all. Let's finish these scores out just because we got a lot of games. We're doing every single game that the Big Ten is in. So, Mike Fort, what's your prediction?
I'll say 27-16 Iowa.
Okay. And Jason?
I have two. That's with it's either if Cade is playing or not. If Cade's playing, I got Iowa winning 38-10, and if he's not playing, I got him winning 24-14.
I'm going to say Iowa 27, Utah State 7.
Oh, you're close to the biscuit.
Push.
27-6.
Push. All right. So let's go to the musical chairs matchup of the century.
Okay, what happened with Sharon? Why is Sharon suspended?
So we will cover this in detail Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern on Michigan Wolverines Live. But basically, they self-reported or they took a preemptive punishment so that it was they wouldn't have as much punishment next year. So basically, spreading it out instead of taking like 6 games. And being out for real games, they're taking 3 games for Harbaugh against Cream Puffs now, and then next year, if he's still the coach, then he would take a few games next year, maybe even just 1. But Sharon Moore, the NCAA said he's good now with his 1-game suspension. That's all he's like. So
he
the
was
NCAA is
involved
cool.
in the burger thing? Is that why?
He was apparently involved in one of, or allegedly was one of the level 2 violations. But I'm shaky on like what each coach did. But he's getting 1 game, and the NCAA is cool with it. That's all he's getting. So that means Jesse Minner, our defensive coordinator, will be the head coach, and Kurt Campbell has been named the offensive coordinator and play caller for the game. So look for them to sling it, because Kurt Campbell is the quarterback coach.
Yeah, the good thing about all these
spotlight JJ.
The good thing about all these suspensions that you find out who all our position coaches are, because they're all going to get an interim job here for a week.
I got a question for you, John. Did the University of Michigan watch the episode where you suggested the musical chairs idea? Because I got a feeling they did. They're like, we like what this guy has to say.
Somebody in Michigan State's administration watched our 100th special episode of Michigan Wolverines Live. I'm sure that's how they got it. They took it from me, and if they did, I'm thrilled, because I think you've got to just poke fun at this whole ridiculous situation, and now you can get a bunch of your assistants head coaching and play calling experience for the next level. But 36 is
36 seems like
that's
I
a
know
lot.
Michigan's really good, but I don't think ECU's that bad.
Michigan never covers.
That's too high.
36.
Too high.
Yeah. The issue is that East Carolina did lose a lot of talent.
Yeah, they went 8-4 last year, right? In the American.
I think 8-5 total.
8-5 total.
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. I wonder if the odds makers watched ECU North Carolina State last year.
That was a crazy game.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Mike Hart is an OC.
That kind of surprises me too.
Yeah.
I'm writing up an article on all these picks, and last I checked, the over/under was like 51.5.
Oh, that's crazy. Michigan should never be favored by 51 because that's not their brand of offense.
Under was 51.5.
Oh, the under. Oh, I thought you meant the spread.
I'll go under.
Thank you, dependent fanatic. And I know there's a little bit of interest in calling in. What we're going to be doing is rotating everybody at 9. So we're going to be bringing in people at 9, new people into the panel, and rotate then. So that's awesome, and that means we'll have an Ohio State fan at 9, and we'll have some others at 9, and that's great. So because I always get the Buckeyes always get on me because if I don't have if I have too many Michigan and not enough Ohio State representatives.
There's an Ohio State guy right now.
I
got
know.
a question. I got a question, John. Where are the Michigan State fans at? Are they hiding?
They do chat, but they don't really like calling in.
They love to chat a lot on the keyboard, but when it comes to actual debating, they don't want to get on the panel.
No, they hide under Valenti's skirt.
Valenti's funny though. Some of his videos are funny.
Yeah, no, they're not.
So actually, it looks like Did Buckeye Mike just leave us? All right.
His internet isn't great.
I'm bringing in Colin.
I think he's having internet issues.
So I'm bringing in Colin so that we make sure we have a Buckeye representation going on at all times so I don't get dragged. But welcome, Colin. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for joining the panel.
No problem. I had to step aside for a minute anyway, so I was just chilling, you know.
All good, man. So we're on right now the musical chairs coaching game, East Carolina at Michigan, with the DC Jesse Minner as head coach, and Kirk Campbell's going to be the play caller of the game. Any thoughts on what we might see?
East Carolina lost a lot from last year's team. Keaton Mitchell gone, a key running back there, and of course they lost their quarterback Baylor. So they're in a little bit of kind of like a rebuilding year or two. So this shouldn't be close. It doesn't matter who's coaching. I mean, any of us, this could be the coaching staff right here, and I think they would be fine. Like covering might be in the play there for.
It's going to be over at halftime, I think.
It should be, yeah.
I was told to stick to commentating when I played the NCAA 14, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. But you guys can be coaches, absolutely, if you want to be.
I think Michigan puts up 42 in the first half, and then they play their second, third, and fourth string the whole second half.
That's probably what's going to happen. Is that, you know, because you've got to get Davis Warren and Jack Tuttle and also like a lot of these. Remember, there were two starting, I want to say, edge rushers in each position. Harbaugh said there are two starters on left and right. Same with on the offense. He had said that there's two on each tackle position. So you're going to see all of them get time because they need to evaluate who's going to be the official starters when we get to Big Ten play.
I must say, though, Peacock is off. Peacock, I haven't had good experience streaming games on Peacock. It was really buffering. Like, it buffers a lot. So I hope they improved it for this year.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But I think ESPN Plus and Paramount Plus have been much better streaming sports than Peacock. So I hope it's better for all of us football fans. But it was really bad.
You know, for Michigan fans out there, I'm looking for a couple of things. Darius Clemens is a player I'm going to be watching for just to see how he's going to be looking. And then also, like, Josiah Stewart is part of that defensive end rotation. And how are they going to rotate these linebackers with Ernest Hausman coming in to add on to what they've already got coming back? That's what I'm going to be curious about because I think they got three really good linebackers, and I don't think Ernest Hausman is the worst of the three. So adding him
Hausman will start, I guarantee you.
I think he's the starter.
Him and Barrett probably, right?
Barrett's the backup.
Barrett's the backup.
I mean,
he's going to play a lot. They're going to rotate. Michigan
everywhere.
always rotates combinations in and out, so he will play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, especially against a team that does spread it out a little bit more. ECU does. You're only going to probably have two linebackers out there most of the game with, you know, Lil Mike being in there in that nickel spot.
So what we're going to do now, Colin, is we give our predictions, the score predictions of what we think is going to happen. So for this one, we'll start with Jason. What's your prediction score-wise for East Carolina at Michigan, the musical chairs game?
Like I said, I think they score a lot of points in the first half, and then they play their second, third, and fourth string. I'm going to say Michigan 56, East Carolina 10.
Okay. Mike Ford?
I'll say 48-6.
That sounds okay. So a couple of field goals.
Yeah,
for,
I think they'll threaten a couple times. And
Colin, what about you?
Defensive coordinator as the head coach, I'm predicting the shutout, 48-0.
Woo! Wow.
I wanted to, but
Wow.
I'm just doing it because Jesse Minter's, interim in this position.
Yeah, he's going to be bringing the wood all game. Will ND.
I'll go 42-10 Michigan.
Okay.
You cover.
48-21 Michigan.
21. Stop it.
I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
just feel like Michigan at the end with their like backups might give us a late touchdown. That's
I'm
the
gonna
only
say
thing.
56-7. East Carolina gets a touchdown.
Holy cow.
I mean, Iowa got 2 on offense last year. So dreams can happen. And that was with Spencer Petras. So occasionally Michigan lets one slip. And so I'm thinking like fourth quarter garbage time.
Yeah, that's
they get kind of chilling. There goes East
Yeah,
Carolina.
John.
There's their
The
touchdown.
Iowa game was they got a late garbage touchdown. So I mean,
That's
that
true.
really don't
Yeah.
count.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was a
that's my
backdoor
point.
cover. I ended up winning on that one. It was a backdoor cover.
Well, that's my point, though. It was a garbage time touchdown. That's when I think this touchdown is going to be a garbage time touchdown. So absolutely. So, all right, let's move on to a game that I'm sure everybody's really excited to discuss here. Actually, I am because I'm curious
It'll be a
about
good
how
game.
Purdue's
It's
going to
gonna be a good game.
Fresno State is going to Purdue. Purdue's only favored by 4 on Saturday at noon on BTN. Upset alert.
This is my upset of the week.
I don't think it's
Wow.
the upset people think it is.
Fresno State's the better team. I'm telling you.
They are. I believe they are too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the line should be rearranged to Fresno State -4.
It's the only reason Purdue's favorite because it's in West Lafayette.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Michael. Cover your ears, but I don't see Purdue winning this game.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come down to can Ryan Walters put enough together? We know how depleted the offense got. They lost their quarterback. They lost wide receiver talent. They lost their head coach and play caller. The defense needs to hold because that's his side of the ball. The defense needs to hold, and the offense needs to do enough. So let's go over score predictions. Jackson, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Fresno State 31-24.
Okay. Will?
I'm gonna go Fresno State 24-21.
There we go.
Wow. All right. Colin?
I'm going with Purdue winning this game 23-10.
It's just from,
What?
I mean,
You think Purdue's defense is going to hold in the 10 points?
Fresno
yeah.
losing Hayner, though. That's the one thing.
You do
It's just
realize,
how good
yeah.
is this new quarterback going to be?
It's going to be Mikey Keene, if you guys remember him from UCF. He's a guy that never impressed me throwing the ball, and he's definitely not an NFL arm talent the way that Jake Hayner was. And then the receiver room, having to replace a little bit with Moreno Cropper leaving as well. This Purdue team, they're going to struggle offensively, but their defense has to be leveling up with Ryan Walters.
What was that, like 2 touchdowns, 3 field goals, or maybe a missed PAT somewhere, and then 23
something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Mike Fort?
I'll say 38-28 Fresno.
Not a lot of faith in Purdue. Jason?
I'm going to say Fresno State 34, Purdue 21.
Okay. I'm going Purdue 17-14.
Where do you guys think this defense is coming from?
Defensive struggle. Ryan Walters is a defensive coach. That's as simple as I can make it, and I don't know. And Fresno State could win. Absolutely.
Can I throw out a stat real quick before?
Yeah, go for it.
Purdue on defense is going to be starting 10 of 11 guys that have been in college football at least 4 years. They have experience, even if they don't have that physicality. With Ryan Walters, they're going to be better defensively.
Love the stats.
Okay, Iowa's offensive line, they returned the entire offensive line from last year. Anyone want to bank on Iowa's offensive line being great?
Uh-oh, yeah.
We can talk about Iowa
Okay, like I said, just because you're returning doesn't mean you're going to be good.
Well, I think they're also going to take a jump. Their offensive line development matters.
Yeah,
it depends on who's
some
developing
of the
them.
transfers. I actually would argue some of the transfers are going to beat out some of the starters from last year. I think it's very possible. That's why they went in the portal and they got some of the best I mean, yeah, they might be coming from D2 schools and schools that aren't like top 10 in the country, but remember, they're like the best player in their school, like of their school. So that does mean something. And they wouldn't have evaluated them if they didn't think they could potentially start. So of course, we begin the 3:30 block with a game that is going to, I think, be a bellwether game of Ohio State's decision on who the quarterback is, and I misspelled starting. So that's a great thing. There we go.
And Indiana's going to be on CBS and not on CBS Sports Network this Saturday.
I saw CBS, but it might be CBS Sports. Let's see.
Sweet. They're going to be on the real CBS. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's on CBS.
Yep. CBS. So I guess the big question here, who goes under center, or I guess for Ohio State they're usually in shotgun, for snap one, game one of Ohio State at Indiana. Let's start with the Ohio State fan, Colin.
It's going to be Devin Brown. The longer now that we're kind of waiting, it's seeming weird because it's almost like we're keeping Kyle McCord involved in this because we don't want him to pull a Kelly Bryant and be like, you know what? I'm not the starter, so I'm going to just see my way to the bench and sit here until the portal's open. So Devin Brown's definitely the better quarterback through fall camp. Every report has shown that. A guy that's more athletic, who also had a better completion percentage in the 3 scrimmages, Devin Brown's the guy.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. Like, I think that the fact that McCord hasn't sewn the job up is an indictment on McCord because he was recruited over JJ. He has more time in the system. The fact that he hasn't sewn the job, like if McCord was going to win, he would have been already announced, I think, as the definitive starter. The fact that there hasn't been one announced is positive news for Devin Brown.
Right.
Wait, Jason, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I think so too. I think if he was going to win it, they would already named him the starter. I think Brown is going to end up being the starter.
Well, and the other thing is that if Urban Meyer was still, I think it'd be over. Devin Brown is more Urban Meyer style. I think McCord is more Ryan Day's offense style. That's why
Brown
I think it's.
like.
I mean, I think Brown is probably the better quarterback, but I think McCord is more Ryan Day's style.
Brown reminds me of JJ Light, like a lighter version of JJ.
Ooh, absolutely not. I don't see JJ McCarthy going and windmill dunking in a high school basketball game. Albeit it's high school basketball, but I don't think JJ McCarthy can windmill dunk, man. Oh,
now football though. You don't have the arm.
Well, that's where I'm at. I'm just saying they're two different types of players, right? That arm talent is really there for JJ McCarthy. Like,
yeah,
deep ball accuracy.
JJ has the agility. He runs a 4.5. Do you see him running on people?
He runs a 4.5, but. Devin Brown's bigger. He's more physical. JJ McCarthy has like a bigger arm, and he, of course, what they're going to be looking for in development when it comes to JJ McCarthy is that deep ball accuracy. But he's got a huge arm, right? I don't think Devin Brown has that arm, but Devin Brown is more athletic. Don't get it twisted here than JJ McCarthy.
Have you been let me ask you something. Have you been keeping up with the NFL? Because NFL scouts and experts think JJ could be the first pick in the draft next year.
Oh, stop.
NFL experts were also talking about Anthony Richardson and Will Levis being first rounders.
Yeah.
That didn't work out in college football last season. I'm just saying.
Caleb.
Well, the
Levis
fact that
should
they
never
talk
been
about
Yeah,
it like that, that's
the Colts are
tell
gonna
you something, man.
Should've
the
never
Colts are
even
going to
been
die on that pick.
Levis shouldn't
Um,
even have been picked.
So if you believe
Richardson maybe could
Harbaugh,
turn into something.
No, you
I
can't.
looked it up. If you believe Harbaugh, as of September 7th last year, JJ McCarthy was running a 4.5. Now, again, that could be hype. That could be, Jim
No,
Harbaugh
that's
likes to do
legit.
marketing,
I seen how
but
fast he is.
but
fast.
he's pretty fast.
I'm just saying, as an Ohio State fan, coaches were coming out and saying that Justin Fields was running a 4.3, and then in the combine he was running a 4.45 or whatever.
And if you said
Or
if
at
you
the pro
said
day.
JJ's not physical enough, just ask Ohio State how physical he is last
That's
year.
okay. So that
You didn't see
play
him put
was
his
just
head down and
Rocket
run over your
Hickman,
players?
not exactly being, a physical player himself.
You didn't
But
see him running over your players. Putting his head down? Come on,
regardless, here's what I'm going to say if we want to do that comparison with JJ McCarthy compared to, regardless on what you think of Devin Brown's style, we haven't seen him play, especially in college. The bottom line is this: the pressure is on Ryan Day for whoever the starting quarterback is, needs to be better than JJ McCarthy, since Ohio State notoriously handpicked Kyle McCord over JJ McCarthy. So either Devin Brown beats out the guy they picked over JJ McCarthy and
We've
is
seen how that
better
went.
than McCarthy, or
We've seen how that went.
I'm just saying it's a fail on Ryan Day's part if
Yeah.
one of these two quarterbacks aren't better. Because let's
They
be
made a good
real
decision by
here,
getting
regardless on what
McCord.
happened in the game, Michigan had the better team in that game last year, but they did not have the best quarterback in that game last year, right?
Right.
CJ Stroud, being a ball placement specialist he is, as an experienced player compared to Devin Brown going into his second year where his biggest leap of development was this past offseason, right? It's unfair to make that comparison for Devin Brown last year. If I'm not losing anybody here.
Let's go ahead and so we do have a new caller. I'm gonna ask. I think Jackson, you were with us the longest. We're just gonna start rotating people out and rotating new people in. Jackson, thank you for being on. Everybody can check out the Jacksonian, and we won't go over all your different ones, but we'll put them in the chat right here so people can find you in all the places.
Well, and I also did some instant reactions on Saturday to USC, San Jose State, Notre Dame, Navy.
How about that's pretty awesome, man. So all your links are in I put them all in there. You guys can go to YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Threads to follow Jackson. So thank you so much, man, and we will see you next time.
We'll see you later, Johnny. And I'll tell you this, though. Somebody in the Michigan Athletic Department loves John D'Animo.
Wouldn't that be something? Maybe they'll come on the show.
They love your suggestion for the musical chairs for interim coaches.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. All right, Jackson, thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you for having me on, John.
All right, so let's bring on Go Blue. Go Blue. Thanks for coming. Oh, thanks for coming
what's
back
up?
For the 9 p.m. block.
I might have
What's
to
going
leave
on?
because we got too many Michigan people. They're gonna
Hey,
start
I
complaining.
gotta make a quick comment. Quick comment about the QB situation. How, man? I don't get this logic of Ryan Day scared to start Devin Brown or say Devin Brown's the starter because of potentially McCord transferring.
I
And here's
heard
the
you
problem.
talking about this earlier. Can I respond to this though?
Go
Just
ahead,
real
because to
quick.
me it makes no sense.
Do you know who Ohio State's backup quarterback was in 2019?
They had walk on, right?
It was Chris Chugunov, West Virginia transfer that ended up getting beat out, never really started at West Virginia. He was back up to Will Greer. That was their backup, and their third one was a third string at Kentucky, a local kid named Gunnar Hoke. He doesn't want that same thing to happen. Now, I argue, by the way, that he shouldn't.
Okay,
he
to me
shouldn't
that's a
be-
terrible mindset. That's an awful mindset.
And I am not
Like,
happy with it whatsoever. And
that's
looking
even-
over and I'm like,
yeah, that's an even worse mindset than what I was going with. To me, you're worried about the backup. Like, listen, Kevin, he's in his third year. Devin, you got leaking Conholtz too. From what I've heard, the kid's a stud,
and
right?
Tristan Gebbia too, if you want that experience.
Yeah, you have a better backup situation minus McCord than you did in 2019.
Correct. I
Even
agree.
so, to me, it makes absolutely no sense. The dude has 1 year eligibility left, and you're scared that. So if Devin Brown starts this year, right? After this year, Devin Brown's going to start again. So what's the point? Like, I don't understand.
If you remember that Michigan game in 2019, Justin Fields, of course, got injured in that game, had to come out for a play, and Buckeye Nation had like 60 seconds of just fear because we're like, this dude, Chris Chugunov, is about to play in the game, and not just the game, but we go on to win this game. Like, we're undefeated looking to win a national championship. It's like, what? And of course, we know what happened, but that's what the concern is. That's what the fear is. And I am not justifying it.
It's a weird fear. It's a weird fear because you don't have walk-ons. These aren't Lincoln is not a walk-on. Lincoln was
correct.
It just, even if you go with that philosophy, it still doesn't make sense because it's not the same situation.
Lincoln Kindholz, from what I've heard, is really, really raw of a talent. Like, he is not used to being able to play with this type of speed and all this. I mean, he came from South Dakota. Like,
I got a third scenario for you.
Well, before we do scenarios, let's do this one thing first.
All right, go ahead.
So today's episode is dedicated to the memory of Brennan Patrick Smith Jr., Traveling Fools' son. Traveling Fools is a great friend of a lot of us, Brennan, and he's had a lot of family stuff going on right now and tragedies. So please, if you even have a couple of bucks to donate to their GoFundMe, would really appreciate even a couple of bucks, towards all the things that they need to do now to prepare for the next steps. So we would thank you for anything you can give on that front. Okay, go with your third scenario. Go Blue.
They're both playing. Here's my third scenario. They're both playing good. Mm-hmm. It's super close, but they're not quite playing at a level of what the last three quarterbacks have played at. So they're both playing good, but it's such a neck and neck race that is going to carry into the season. I don't think maybe there's not this crazy separation. Maybe they're both playing good, but they're not playing they're both not quite playing at the level that Ryan Day wishes that they would play at. That's my third scenario.
Uncle Rico is back he is saying quit acting like the Zach Smith rumor is true. I will say, as we've said repeatedly on this last hour, that I think that the fact that Kyle McCord hasn't been announced as the starter says that Devin Brown at the very least has a decent shot of getting this job because he was out all spring.
I think it's more likely that they're both neck and neck.
Hold on, go Blue. My question to this guy is, how do you figure that Brown's a better quarterback than JJ when he hasn't even played one game?
Let's not carry it on.
I didn't say that he is. I'm saying he has to be for Ryan Day to not have failed in the recruitment between Kyle.
Said he was a better athlete than JJ.
I did say he's a better athlete especially as a prospect.
How do we know though? How do we know? He hasn't played yet. He hasn't even played a game.
The ability to evaluate athleticism and then being able to also account for projecting ahead to what they currently are compared to what they were in high school, coming out of high school at the very least. And I think you can agree with me here, unless you have not seen Devin Brown's high school film and high school highlights and stuff like that. Devin Brown out of high school was a better athlete than J.J. McCarthy was. Whether he is now or not, again.
Football.
Okay, but how are you going to be able to tell me right now that 100% J.J. McCarthy, who is a good athlete but not an elite athlete by any stretch of the imagination, how are you going to tell me?
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
What are you talking about?
I don't know how he's not an elite athlete.
He's a five-star, bro.
How is he not? Hold on. Let's slow down for a second.
Hold on. Everybody shut up. Okay, Jason, we got too many Michigan fans. And I am a Michigan fan, and I'm saying we have too many Michigan fans. So I'm gonna ask you, if you don't mind, Jason. We're gonna let you go.
No problem.
And we'll keep going. Hey, thanks a lot. And we'll post your Twitter real quick. We'll post your Twitter links so people can check you out. I'm going to put it right here. Or actually, let's see here. Michigan man Jason. Where is your Twitter? There it is. I found you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Quick point, Ro. Quick point.
Okay, and we are going to bring on now. Looks like we've got Golden Playbook in the house, and this I think might be our 9 o'clock panel here. Golden Playbook, welcome to the panel.
How's it going?
It's good to see you. We got a real Notre Dame contingent here for our Big Ten show. I mean, you guys are eventually going to join the Big Ten. Let's be honest. So we might as well have you on.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So, any thoughts? We are wrapping up with the Ohio State at Indiana discussion. Any thoughts on? I mean, you are going to have to play Ohio State in the not so distant future. Who do you think the starting quarterback is going to be?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like Brown has to be the guy. If McCord hasn't been announced yet, I just feel like it has to be Brown, which makes me a little more nervous. But I don't know. I mean, it's Notre Dame Stadium.
You ain't the only one who's a little bit nervous because when you have a dual threat that they're tougher to defend when they can go. Because J.J. McCarthy, example number one, he was tougher for Knowles to have to deal with. I think Knowles could have won. I think Ohio State could have beat. If the 2021 version of Michigan was playing in Columbus, Ohio State, I think, had a good shot of winning that game because they were geared up.
I think they do win that game. They do win that game.
That version, Cade McNamara. But JJ brings an entire new element in terms of running, in terms of deep ball, in terms of short ball, in terms of all the things he can do. And I'm worried. I mean, Devin Brown, I think, is more of that kind of caliber of quarterback.
I'm not worried about either one till I see him play, bro. A lot of this is hyperbole. We also ain't talking about the fact that they got to replace both tackles. We don't know how their pass protection is going to be. There's a lot of things that we need to see on the field before we, start talking about like, are we scared of this quarterback type thing?
Absolutely.
Well,
Sorry, go.
I was just going to say, I'm not even concerned about the quarterback position as a Buckeye fan. I have been concerned about the tackle position, and they named their starters at both tackle spots. We'll see if that sticks. But, yes, tackle is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah,
okay, so let's do predictions. So at this point, when we're wrapped, because we have a bunch of games still to talk about. So when we wrap up, everybody gives their prediction of who they think is going to win and what the score is. So let's start with Ohio State fan Colin.
Ohio State 59, Indiana 10. They're going to try to pile it on when it comes to both quarterbacks are going to play, and both quarterbacks are going to throw a decent amount.
Makes sense. Go blue.
Just to make it fun. Just to make it fun, man. I'm going to say Ohio State wins in a scare.
Here we go.
28 to 21.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Oh my God! Tell me you hate Ohio State without telling me you hate Ohio State.
Spiced it up. I didn't want. Everyone's gonna pick a 40-point blowout, man. I had to spice it up.
There's a reason why.
No, I know why. I'm just saying I had to spice it up, man.
I hope Jeffrey Only Talk Sports is around here somewhere listening to this, and that's a ray of hope for Indiana right there that you're providing.
By the way, when I say scare, Ohio State in this game was up like 28-10 at one point, and Indiana just they got a pick late. After they scored a touch, or after they couple scored, they got a pick, and they made it 21-28. That's what I mean by scare.
Here for it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I am here for it. Golden Playbook, you're up.
I think I'll go 56 to 10.
Okay. Mike Ford.
7-3.
Okay, now we're good. Now we're good.
No, I'll say.
Did you mean 70-3?
No, I just wanted to, I wanted to be outrageous. I'll say 52-20.
56-3.
Wow. I'm gonna go Ohio State 63, Indiana 14.
That sounds pretty close to the score from last year's game against these guys.
Oh,
I was actually at that game.
I forgot.
Anyway.
I mean, honestly, I didn't remember the score of that one. I just went with it.
It's pretty close.
So let's hit up this one. Towson is going to Maryland, to the famous Maryland Stadium, which I enjoyed going to. It's pretty close to DC, and it's happening Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Big Ten Network. So how do we think with obviously Josh Gaddis is coming in as OC, and I think his main job is going to be quarterbacks coach, because Loxley is still going to have a heavy component on that offense. How do we think that the new look Maryland is going to come into this game, and what do we think we're going to see?
I'm not a big Gaddis fan like you, John. I don't know, man. I mean,
Yeah. Michigan fans are real Gaddis guys. Yeah, sure.
Me too. Miami loves him.
Like, he's kind of failed everywhere. So
He failed upwards just to fall back down.
Yeah.
I mean, Towson isn't a very good. They're not one of the better FCS teams, so I mean, the turf will be fine. But down the road,
I still think Mike Loxley. Yeah, just my bad.
Down the road, I think they could run into trouble. But I don't know. Like, overall, I like what Loxley has done up to this point. But with Gaddis, I don't know.
Okay, go Blue.
Real quick, I'm not sure. I could see a scenario like Gaddis at Michigan where Gaddis wasn't really, it was more Jim Harbaugh's offense that last year. I could see a situation where Mike Loxley still, really taking the reins on that offense when it comes to that. Real quick before I comment on Maryland, I do want to give my Michigan prediction real quick. I didn't get a chance to do that.
Oh yeah.
Michigan 70-0. And ECU has negative 10 yards. Anyways, back to Maryland.
I love fans so much.
Wow.
It makes things so much nicer. This is why college football is great.
Anyways, back to Maryland.
What is that? So they get there's one missed PAT, or maybe 2 field goals, but then they store like a crap load of touchdowns.
No, they go for 2-point conversions every time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Against East Carolina. Okay.
Yeah, They're going to work on their 2-point conversion plays.
Hey, Kirk Campbell, play caller. You never know. I want to say thank you to Barry Eastbrush for your $20 contribution. I like to call that a drop the mic contribution, because he didn't make a comment. He just said, "I'm going to give you $20," and we thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, this one's interesting because obviously, Talia, I have a lot of respect for. But the thing is, Michigan's pass rush is going to be improved. We know this from practice reports that there are potentially 4 candidates. McGregor, a lot of 4 total candidates for pass rusher, and they're going to be coming at Talia hard. I don't know if their O-line is going to be as good as last year. And so with that said, this is against a pretty crappy team. So I think that no matter what, they're gonna come into this. I think the question will be later in the year if some of these personnel changes will impact the tougher games. But for this one, I feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I got Maryland. Maryland, they could be a sneaky team coming up on some teams this year. So we'll see.
They've started to become sneaky lately.
So I do have a question for clarification. Josh Gaddis has been a wide receivers guy. Is he working with wide receivers again? Because that's where he's best, in my opinion. He's just working with quarterbacks.
OC and quarterback coach.
Yeah, when he's an OC, he
Makes no
just
sense to me.
doesn't seem like he has no organization when it comes to his play calling.
But
Yeah,
the thing is, he isn't a very good wide receivers coach. If you break down the film of what he did in Miami, and the lack of discipline that these wide receivers had when running their routes, you can watch some of the breakdowns on YouTube. Not to mention the whole let's have the quarterback turn his back and do this like long progression kind of play and just get your quarterback injured.
Well, not only that, look what he did with Nico Collins and DPJ, bro. Like, I mean,
he wasn't good at that with being able to have him to split between being a wide receiver coach and an offensive coordinator. But if you look back at what he did with Alabama, he definitely was not calling plays. That was Mike Locksley. And that's where they're reunited here. He was a wide receivers guy, and he did a great job at Alabama. That's what vaulted him to Michigan in the first place. So
Alabama,
that makes it weird.
Alabama gives me Patriot vibes. You know, like when a coach leaves the Patriots, they're just never as good as they were on the Patriots. Yep. That's how I feel about Alabama, bro.
I'm just saying, like, compared to what Gaddis had that wide receiver room at with Alabama, and they definitely peaked after him, but they were good when he was there compared to what
wasn't he at Penn State? Wasn't he also at Penn State?
Yes.
Yeah,
he did good at Penn State. I mean,
he was back with Allen Robinson, I think.
Wasn't he there with the like 16, 17 years? Wasn't that him? Or was that the different years?
I think it was at Bama by then. But,
was he at Bama? Okay.
Yeah. Are we doing predictions for this game?
Let's do predictions, and we'll start with you, Colin.
Okay. I think Maryland's going to score a lot of points. I'll do 62 to get a couple field goals.
Okay, a couple field goals. All right, go Blue.
You know what? I'll go 45 to 16.
That's giving Towson some credit there. All right, golden playbook.
I think I'm gonna go 42-10.
Okay. Mike Fort?
I'll say 34-7.
Wow. All right.
I'll go 49-zip.
I'm gonna go 54 to 6. 2 field goals. All right. So before we continue, please notice that Mike Fort is wearing, of course, the Michigan hat, but also a T-shirt from our merch store. So, and it looks like Will might be about to try to get to his merch too. There it is, Voice of College Football. So if you notice here, you've got 3 people with the Voice of College Football merch. Please, if you want to be like some of us, or at least in that aspect, you can get yourself some Voice of College Football merch. I'm going to put the link right here, and then you can see here what the merch site looks like. A bunch of fantastic products for the entire family, because I get rated on how well I do this. You can get a keychain for as low as $4.99, and don't forget, free shipping. That's right, folks. Oh, hey, it's summer. We've got swimming trunks just for your swimming needs. So get on over to our merch store, check it out. And if you have a team that's on here, we've got Michigan, Miami, USC, OU, Iowa, and West Virginia. So check out the merch store.
And I hear we're having an Ohio State line around Halloween. That way you can go around and scare your neighbors.
I'm actually surprised Mark hasn't done an Ohio, given that he's an Ohio State fan, and I'm sure that'll be coming.
That's present.
But we'll get them on there. Okay, so Buffalo's going to Camp Randall, Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is favored by 27.5, as I think they probably should be, against Buffalo. It's at Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1, and I'm wondering, can Mordecai keep the interceptions down? Because he's not facing a Big Ten defense yet. Can he look really? I think he needs to look really good in this game in particular, just to, I think, give everybody a little bit more confidence in the this new air raid implementation. What's our take on this game?
You said Colorado Buffalo?
No, Buffalo University.
University.
Oh, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
No, I think the people that are expecting, this is going to be like an air raid 65-35 passing, they're really underestimating Longo. He's obviously got a great running back in Braylon that he can just lean on now. Like I said, people have to remember, North Carolina in 2021 had 2,000-yard rushers. So Phil Longo is not just a Texas Tech guy. He can run a balanced offense. And I think you're going to see that, with Braylon Allen, getting 150 yards a game.
We do have a question coming in that I want to tackle. What about Speedos? Well, if you want Speedos, college football guy, here's what you do. You email Joey Foster, footballnewshour@gmail.com, and if enough people ask for Speedos, I'm sure Joey will happily sell you Speedos with Voice of College Football.
That's disturbing.
I just thought that was hilarious.
Oh dear God.
How many picks do we think Mordecai is going to throw in this game?
I'll go 2.
1.
0.
Yeah, I'm thinking 1. Yeah, he needs to be low. He needs to have ball security in this game because when he faces these defenses that are Big Ten style and they know how to pick people off left and right, he might be going 3 to 4 picks a game.
Well, you know what? I'm actually kind of high on Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's going to be one of Ohio State's 4 losses. So I think
oh man, all the other Michigan fans are just bringing hot takes all over the place about Ohio State.
I love fans. I love them.
Man, maybe I should start saying something like that too.
Yeah, so I think I don't know. I think he's going to being able to spread the offense out. Give Braylon Allen some space. I think we're going to see some moves in the right direction.
I would be surprised if Wisconsin threw the ball more than 25 times in this game. I think Phil Longo is going to try to make it easy for Mordecai, try to give him some confidence. If he throws a couple of picks, that's going to maybe hurt his confidence going into a sneaky game at Washington State.
I'm excited for that game.
That's a good
game.
A
lot of people are sleeping on that game. They need to have their confidence up and fine-tune every little detail before getting into that Washington State game with an experienced defense led by a defensive guy in Jake Dicker.
Yeah, so I think the big takeaway for me watching the spring game, watching Mordecai throw 4 picks, is that they're going to be going heavy on the run. Braylon Allen is up there. He's pretty much the only running back I have up there with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. He's extremely, extremely good, and they're going to be leaning on him, even though it's an air raid. It's not the air raid where they don't run. It's an air raid hybrid concept because they're taking a year to kind of break it in, kind of like how Rich Rod took when Rich Rod and Brady Hoke, when Brady Hoke took over. He did 1 year of pro spread.
Yeah,
he did. Well, I'm saying from a high level, he did a year of pro spread, and then he switched over to pro style, and that's kind of what they're doing here. They're going to be. I think they're going to lean on one of the best running backs in the country, and especially in these early games, just give Mordecai some confidence.
If I was them, I'd stay pro spread. I'm not a big fan of full spread. I think teams that have the most success do a mix of both. So I mean, if I was them, I'd probably just stick with the pro spread.
Yeah,
and Phil Longo is going to be a full spread.
He's implementing an air raid. So I was just using that as an example because of like a transition to a new system. So Longo's starting to bring in an air raid, and I think this year it'll be like an air raid hybrid with the run. Are you driving? I may put you on or mute until you get somewhere. Is that just because we're hearing a lot of car noise?
Me?
Go blue. Yeah, we're hearing a lot of car noise, so I'm just gonna
put myself on mute for a sec.
Yeah. Once you get somewhere safely, and we don't hear the car noise, then we'll bring you back. Cool. So let's do. Or any final thoughts before we do predictions?
Yeah, I like the fact that Phil Longo is super self-made, and that's what people need to realize. Is you hear Air Raid, he doesn't necessarily come from like a huge Mike Leach influence or a Lincoln Riley influence or anything like that. Though I do think his schemes are similar. He bases his offenses historically around his personnel, and I think that's something you guys got to think about when it comes to Wisconsin this year.
Yeah, and they're really not going to have the personnel for a air raid attack.
Yeah, Fickle's listen. I think Fickle knows. See, Fickle knows the Big Ten. He's obviously coached in the Big Ten for years, and so I think he knows that you can't just have a sling it around 100 times a game. You've got to have a hard run game, and they just happen to have one of the best in the country, one of the best running backs. So, with that said, let's go predictions. We'll start with Will ND.
I'll go 34-10 Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Mike?
I'll say 41-3.
Okay. Let's go Golden Playbook.
I think I'll go 35-10.
Interesting. Go Blue. Are you safe?
45-3.
Okay. And Colin.
I'm gonna go with 35-13.
All right. And I'm gonna. I actually like that one a lot. I haven't just done the same one as someone else, but I actually really like 35-13. So I think that's a good call. All right. We still have a couple more to knock out. We're doing every single one. So Illinois is going to Toledo.
This might be the closest one of them.
Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on Big Ten Network. And it's not the Illinois of last year. We need to remember they have lost a decent chunk of talent to the NFL. So the question becomes, can Illinois stay good and beat Toledo or at their house, or are they going to slide back?
I just trust Brett Bielema enough that I think he'll be able to get the team to at least 7 wins this year.
Ooh.
7 wins. Yeah, that's. If he does that, I think they might erect a statue. Because 7 wins is I mean, after an 8-win season last year, everybody thinks he's going to go 5 or 6 wins. So that would be really. I think that'd be good for Illinois. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like the talent that they lose. It's going to be a question of can they prevent Toledo's offense from doing stuff, and can they do enough on their own offense, given that they lost their quarterback, DeVito, and so much talent.
Well, I think the question for Illinois is going to be, can they find an offensive identity? Because last year it was basically lean on Chase Brown until they just can't take it anymore, and now they're not going to really have that well to dip in. So I'm kind of curious as to what Illinois' offense is going to do more than their defense.
Well, a thing that I do want to highlight is Josh McCray back in 2021 was kind of getting a lot of love on the ground with Chase Brown. It was more like a 2-to-1. Chase Brown was getting 2 carries. Josh McCray would come in. And Josh McCray got hurt pretty early in the year. He only played in 4 games last year. And then also Reggie Love is a player that was a very tough runner last year. He could be interesting. He was really that running back 2 when McCray went down. So that 1-2 punch could be really good. And, of course, Jerzon Newton, he's back. He's getting a lot of hype nationally. I think this defense is going to be really good still. Maybe not as good as last year. They're replacing Devon Witherspoon, who's a first-round corner. And that's just hard to do. But Jer'Zhan Newton's dominant, and I really trust Brett Bielema to have a tough defense, be able to run the ball. Luke Altmaier in his first game might give you a hiccup, though. Like the better quarterbacks on Toledo's team, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
And if we look at the stats for DeQuan Finn, Toledo's quarterback, the last 2 years he's gone over 2,000 passing yards. 2022 he had 2,260. He had 23 touchdowns, 12 picks. Completion percentage isn't amazing, 59.7, but it's for Toledo, I think it's pretty good. He's gonna be an impact player in this game, no question about it. Can Illinois do enough? And that's why I think there is a question of, like, on defense, can they stop him?
He's a prolific runner too. I mean, rushed over 600 yards last year. Like,
yeah.
I'm curious to watch this game for sure.
But was Toledo the team that gave Ohio State fifth last year?
Yes, it was.
Somewhat. I mean, Ohio State still handled business. Like, they beat them 77-21, I think. But
no, what I mean by that is the quarterback. That quarterback is very athletic.
Finn got loose.
Yes,
he has the juice, and it got loose.
It wasn't a close score wise, but I remember they were.
No, that's not what I meant by that.
They were having
that's not
trouble
what I meant
defending
by that.
against him.
So similar to what San Jose State did to USC.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh
So
yeah,
he's
I'm gonna take
basically
Toledo.
He's basically a fifth-year quarterback because it looks like he put up numbers even back in 2019. He was on the team. But it looks like he started the last 2 years, and this will be his third year starting. He did do 1,273 rushing yards in his career. That's pretty good. Yeah. So let's go predictions. We'll start this time with Colin.
I will go with Illinois 30 and Toledo 13.
Wow. Okay.
In the glass.
Go.
Wow, you got them scoring less than they did against Ohio State last year?
Yes. Not
Go
less
Blue.
scoring possessions, though.
What's your prediction?
Me? Okay, I'm gonna go Toledo. 42 to 30.
Okay. Wow.
In a semi shootout.
42. Okay.
That line better protect DeQuan like
Exactly
really
over.
well. That line's gonna have to, I think, step it up a notch.
Well, here's how I'm looking at it. I got that quarterback just running all over him, making a pass here and there, but mainly he's going to be running all over them, making plays, scoring. And then I see Illinois being able to score somewhat because I just don't think that Toledo defense is going to be able to match up regardless.
All right, let's go Golden Playbook.
I'm gonna go 35 to 28.
Which team?
Toledo.
Okay. Wow. 35.
Close one.
Okay.
It's going to be a popular one, man.
It's gonna be something. Mike, what's your prediction?
I don't know where you guys are getting all this scoring from. I say 20-17 Illinois.
Okay. Will?
I'm going 31-21 Illinois.
And I'm stealing Jason's because I think he's right on 24-21 Illinois.
I mean, it's a MAC defense, so Illinois should be able to score enough, even with
I agree.
They're not great offense.
All right. I don't know if Joey Foster's in the around
Joey,
here.
look away.
But West Virginia is about to march into Penn State. Penn State is favored by 20.5. It's Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC. A game that isn't a Notre Dame game is going to be played on NBC proper Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So how about let's begin with Drew Aller. He's obviously it'll be his first game. I'm curious to know how he's going to look because this is it's at least a first marker on what if that offense will click a little. So if we start seeing clicking, then that's.
Oh yeah, I'm bullish on Penn State, man. I think they're going to be the second best team in the Big Ten. I'm bullish on Penn State.
Okay.
Oh man.
Second best team.
Maybe it's just me. I'm more curious as to see what their two-headed dragon at running back does more than Drew Aller.
Right.
The game's going to be won with Singleton and Allen. It's not going to be won with Aller.
Yeah, especially this
Well,
game.
we don't know what Allen's going to be. Allen can end up being like a really good quarterback. It's just a question mark.
Yeah, the running back situation, that's all they need to win this game.
Oh, 100%.
That is not all they're going to need when they're playing Michigan, Ohio State, and their run is being, because Knowles likes to stop the run, and Michigan has been
that's the problem.
Containing their running backs. So then Drew Aller is going to have to do stuff, and are they going to be able to win those games?
That's the thing. I think Drew Aller, he just has a better arm than they've had. So I just think, when Don Brown 2.0 just keep blitzing, I just think he's going to be able to take the top off.
My gosh.
Well, I'm going to say this. This is almost tailor-made for a big national spotlight for Drew Aller to
that's what I was going to say.
Display his ability, because though Neil Brown has had decent pass defenses in the past at West Virginia in 2020 and 21, they were decent against the pass. Last year, they were horrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
They tried to address it in the transfer portal. But that's where you could see, is somebody like Harrison Wallace or Caden Saunders or Dante Cephas, the Kent State transfer, going to step up and be alongside Keandre Lambert-Smith in the receiving game. But the other thing, Michigan fans out here, what did you guys do to be able to smoke Penn State in the second half last year?
Ran the ball down their damn throat.
Exactly, right? They're bringing back C.J. Donaldson, who converted it right away from tight end to running back, they being West Virginia, of course. And the strength of their entire team is probably the offensive line. And, hey, if they end up starting Nico Marichal instead of Garrett Green, you have a first-time starter at quarterback as well on the other side. That could be two matchups that you're looking for, where even though Penn State should win this game, the question is, what can you learn about a team in a game that they should win? And West Virginia, though they're not that good of a team, they're a good enough opponent where we can learn something about Penn State in this game.
I disagree with that. I think you'd be hard pressed to name more than 3-4 Power 5 teams that are worse than West Virginia. I think they're easily the worst. I won't say. I think them and Virginia Tech are kind of 1A and 1A as far as the worst team in that area of the country.
Well,
they're the worst Big 12 team I can think of. Can you think of a worse
Houston
Big
could
12
be
team than
bad.
West Virginia?
Houston.
Oh, I keep forgetting about all these
Yeah.
bastardized children that keep
Probably
coming in.
Houston. Probably Iowa State as well.
Houston
With
just
how,
has-
I think Iowa State's better than
Houston
West
just has
Virginia.
no
well, they're having a lot of
defense.
problems at Iowa State. But regardless, we could talk about that as far as preseason expectations, but West Virginia with a coach on the hot seat and trying to address things in the portal and then trying to highlight what was a really good part of their team with their offensive line and C.J. Donaldson running the ball, that's still a matchup that is a strength for a Power 5 team that gave Power 5 teams problems last year, where we can maybe learn something about this front four at Penn State and how physical they are. Are they getting a little bit pushed around against this team?
Let me counter this real quick, because there is actually a misconception about Penn State's run defense last year. Outside of that Michigan game, they had a top 5 rush defense. A top 5 rush defense. Michigan was really just an outlier. No other team was really able to run on them. Not even Ohio State. Ohio State had some luck at the end of the game, but for the most part, they shut that run down.
Let's just be clear, though. Ohio State came out wanting to say, hey, our dudes on the outside are better than your dudes on the outside. Ohio State, especially with the injuries that they had just started sustaining, they weren't really trying to pound the ball down Penn State's throat. Michigan was really the only team that Penn State played last year that tried to do that. So, to a certain extent, you are correct, but I don't think that it's something where, and Minnesota tried to do it, by the way, and they had decent success but they were super one-dimensional. Michigan was not one-dimensional. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just saying, I just think there's a misconception on how good that run defense actually was. No other team dominated the front outside of Michigan. It's just a fact. No other team, even Ohio State, they passed the ball and whatnot, but even then when they did run the ball, they did not have success in the fourth quarter. It's just it is what it is. I just think it's a misconception.
Michigan, that was kind of an outlier, though. I mean, they were the odd man out.
A total outlier.
Well, but when you're talking about Penn State's expectations this year, right, it's not to be able to hold your own against the West Virginias of the world or Maryland, Iowa, whatever. It is supposed to be to go toe-to-toe with Michigan and not get blown out because they're just physically imposing on you. And that's the point I'm making. You're playing an experienced offensive line and a physical bruising running back with some speed. And that's something you can learn about Penn State.
Well, I'll say this. If they don't stop the run against West Virginia, that's a red flag. If they end up stopping the run, I just think it reaffirms what they were last year. I think the only way you can see something is if they can't stop the run against this West Virginia team. That's another discussion. But if they end up stopping the run like they did for the most part last year, we really don't learn nothing new.
I mean, box score won't tell the story, the tape will. That's what I always say. So that's why I'm just going to be interested to watch this game. Like, I'm really excited to watch this game for A, to see if West Virginia is better than we think, and B, to see if a wide receiver in this front four can step up for Penn State and help out Drew Aller a little bit in his first start.
I'm more curious about Penn State's defense. I think offense, they're going to be fine. I need to see if their secondary can keep up what they did last year. I need to see if Chop Robinson can take that next step.
I'm high in their defense, man.
Their secondary might be the best in America. I think Alabama's is
Second
better.
best.
But
I think Michigan got the best secondary.
No, they don't. They have a problem on that second outside corner.
That's the only. Hold on. That's their secondary returns absolutely everybody except one spot. Now I get what you're saying.
Spot is tough to replace for Michigan. They don't have a dude.
Look, I get what you're saying, but you got Will Johnson year 2. He's going to be even better. The safeties the safeties. They return both safeties. That room's actually even deeper.
Josh
and then if
Wallace
they do get
is
it,
probably going to win the start too on CB2.
Yeah, and then if you do get a decent guy in that second spot, maybe he's not. He could be just as good as the dudes that have left. But my point is that secondary 100% should be in the conversation for best returning secondary. But anyway, besides the point, I get what you're saying.
Notre Dame's outside corners are very good. I'll let you guys sleep.
The safeties are not.
Xavier Watts is good, but the second safety is a little sketchy.
Yeah,
a little sketchy.
But that outside corner duo is probably the toughest outside two corners Ohio State has to face. Notre Dame.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
Anyways, before that kind of went off, I want to see if Penn State's secondary can live up to what they were last year, and I want to see if Chop Robinson can take that next step. That's what I'm going to say about Penn State's defense. I think their season is going to hinge on that more than their offense.
Well, they have a good combo corner duo situation as well, but
yeah,
I think they're going to be the second best defense in the Big Ten for sure.
Potentially.
I think Iowa fans might argue with that, but we'll see.
Iowa, maybe Big Ten East, but yeah,
Iowa's the third best. Iowa's going to have the third best defense.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess we'll see. Let's go. Will ND, what's your prediction?
I'm gonna go with. I'll go 38-17 Penn State. I think they'll just cover it.
Okay, Mike.
You say me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is going to be a blowout. I'll say 48-10.
Golden Playbook?
I think I'll say 41-7.
Okay. Go Blue?
45-3.
And Colin?
I'm going to go with 34-17.
Ooh.
Dang.
You've been doing some good ones.
Well, I mean, he had it, or is it Will? You had a really good one as well, 38-17. I'm like, ooh, I'm thinking on the same lines.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm feeling 34-20.
Man, you guys got them scoring like that on that defense?
Yeah.
I think West Virginia is not going to be as bad as a lot of people think.
Now, isn't this the same one that Kansas absolutely knocked the doors off of last year?
Kansas is pretty good.
Yeah,
actually.
They started off good. They started off good whenever they played nobody, but when they actually got into the meat of their schedule, that team fell fast.
They looked pretty good in the bowl game. Though a loss, they looked pretty good against a good a talented Arkansas team.
You don't measure. Oh, so I guess Tulane is better than USC then? I mean, if bowl games are a real measuring stick.
Arkansas didn't. Yeah, that's not a debate. We don't need to get sidetracked here.
All right. Why don't we go to the Battle of the Titans, which is what I'm calling saving the best for last.
Oh, God, this better be Rutgers Northwestern.
This is Northwestern versus Rutgers.
Oh, dear God.
Sunday at 12 p.m. Eastern on CBS.
This is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So
how is it? 6.5 is way too low.
Does Northwestern have any shot?
That's free money.
No chance whatsoever.
Northwestern has a chance.
Okay. Can I make the case here?
Sure. Go for it,
Colin. For them. So I'm not going to hype up AJ Henning to you Michigan fans. I don't think you guys dislike AJ Henning, but I also don't think he's a bona fide star, right? But his quarterback is. Ben Bryant.
He's got speed though. He's fast.
AJ Henning had some real moments for us.
I mean, he had that amazing first opening touchdown in 2021. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, if you saw the tape against Michigan State, I mean, he was a star.
But you have Bryce Kurtz and Cam Johnson, and then of course you have some concern on the offensive line, but then also some really good experience, including an absolute leader in Ben Rather, who's a returning center for them. But like I said, Ben Bryant could really sling the ball, and he was a part of that Cincinnati team last year. And I saw them against Arkansas. I saw him against Arkansas at the opening of the season, and I'm like, my gosh, the Cincinnati team is completely different than I expected because this kid can sling that rock. Cam Porter is back. He's really, really good at running back. They need somebody behind him to step up. But this defense is also really experienced, specifically in the front seven. The back four, not as much. The secondary, not as much. But like if Rutgers can't throw the ball on Northwestern is going to win this game. And I think a lot of people are not understanding that, regardless on what happened this offseason, that could be motivation, number one. The fact that they didn't have a mass exodus the way that maybe we expected when they opened the portal. And number two, that building that they had started with Coach Fitzgerald before everything happened and he got fired, that is still there. And I thought Northwestern would take a jump going into this season, and I don't think that jump is going to be as significant, but I still think they're going to play with some pride.
Okay. I think
that pride's going to get them like 7 points.
Yeah, that's about what I get. I think Rutgers is a better team. I think, I believe Wimset's still going to have this job for Rutgers, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. As long as they keep him from throwing the ball too much, he's a real liability when he throws the ball. But if they can keep
just hand it off.
Yeah, if he can if he scrambles, keeps it on the ground, Rutgers should be able to win this game handily. Rutgers defense is not, top 3, top 5 in the conference,
but they're
legit. Yeah, they're legitimate. They're going to be able to keep this really close. I don't think that Northwestern can keep up with them on the line of scrimmage. This is not going to be a close game.
Okay, well, on that note, let's go predictions for the Battle of the Titans, and we'll start with Colin.
20-17. I got Northwestern.
Woo! Okay.
All right, go Blue.
I'm gonna go 21-7 Rutgers.
Okay. So Rutgers keeps them to a touchdown. All right, Golden Playbook.
I'm gonna say 24-10 Rutgers.
Okay, Mike.
34-7 Rutgers.
All right. Wow. Okay, Rutgers really laying the boom there.
Yeah.
All right, and Will ND.
I don't know. Now, if Rutgers quarterback can't throw the ball, that makes me a little more.
No, he's not a good. He's not an accurate, but he's an
I was
athlete.
really just fading Northwestern, but I'll go 20-10 Rutgers.
And I'm going to say 24-17 Rutgers. But it's, I mean, I think the people made a good case for Northwestern. AJ Henning is legit, and we saw what he could do against Big Ten competition.
Yeah, 100%. And no, and also Michigan, they develop better than anybody in the country. I mean, you look at FBI. They had Michigan. Well, look at it like this: FBI has Michigan ranked 8th based on recruiting, pretty much, correct? 8th in the country, they have them ranked. That's basically telling you that they recruit at a lower level, round 8, but they play at a level of a 1 to 3 team, meaning that they must be developing better than anyone else in the country. That's how I look at that. So AJ Henning's already got some pre-development by the best developmental staff, arguably in the country. So I think he's going to contribute.
Ben Herbert's a pretty legit strength and conditioning coach, I will say.
I mean, how can you look at that?
Really good.
Like Michigan doesn't recruit at the level of Ohio State, Georgia, Bama, but yet we're playing at near, if not at that level. So I mean, development got to be the answer.
Well, I'm as big a AJ Henning fan as anybody here, but you're talking about a wide receiver is the most dependent position on a football field. So I mean, it doesn't matter how good the wide receiver is. If you don't got anybody to throw him to, it doesn't really matter.
But the AJ Henning's also really good with those concepts that they did at Michigan, like where it wasn't as much contingent on throwing to him, and it was things like reverses. He was really good at reverses and like the jet sweep type stuff. I mean, much more contingent on maybe handing the ball or doing something where it's just like a toss.
Blocking.
You could block, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, he's coming from a tough-nosed program, nothing soft or finesse about it. So he's going to bring us some advantages.
Yeah, and if he's the return guy, too, look out. Because he's a good returner, and that could put 7 on the board just from, like, one return breaking off for a touchdown.
Hey, yo, John, side note, because you brought up returner. What do you think about Orgy returning punts, man?
Okay.
Well, Harbaugh said that he'd need a lot of protection in order to put Orgy as a kick returner, but I could see like Roman Wilson doing it. I could see Donovan Edwards could participate in that. There's a couple others, but I don't think Orgy's going to.
I want to see Orgy at running back, bro. I want to see Orgy at running back, bro. The dude runs like Bo Scarborough, bro. If you see that dude run, he's a menace. He's a menace.
Can I just say,
if you guys say Orgy anymore, we're gonna get demonetized.
That's his name, bro.
Why isn't Donovan Edwards returning?
No, you don't want to subject him to
for
that
a 4th
kind of
year
potential injury.
He's being considered.
Oh, you mean for punt? Okay.
Yeah,
there's no way that happens.
Donovan Edwards is being considered as one of the returners.
He better be.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No, I don't like that at all.
Why?
You do realize that percentagely, the highest chance of injury is on a kick return, right?
That's why the fair catch rule is there, right? Don't take it unless the
lane is there. Doesn't matter who's back there if you just catch it.
Yeah, but hold on. Just because it's there doesn't mean he's not going to want to return one to the house. He is a very confident dude, if you haven't noticed.
I know I said if that lane is there, take it. But if it's not, call a fair catch. I mean, you got to get the ball in an explosive player's hands. You can't waste the special teams kickoff like that. I have the same problem with Ohio State, by the way. Like I'm a huge proponent of get a playmaker back deep to return kicks and return punts. Ohio State has not had a return kickoff touchdown or punt return touchdown since 2014. It's been nearly a decade. As a Buckeye fan, you guys are going in the same direction if you do something like putting Alex Orgy.
Well, have you seen Orgy run?
He's not returning a kickoff for a touchdown.
But have you seen him run?
That happened.
The dude is a freak. He's an absolute freak. I wouldn't be surprised if he returns a kick.
Nobody on a quarterback roster is going to be returning kicks. I mean, if they are, then that coach needs to be fired immediately.
Harbaugh said he's
I'm
considering it.
I'm high on
but
Orgy, bro. I'm high on Orgy.
Gosh, I can't with the name. I can't with the
Harbaugh
That's
is
his name,
considering
bro.
it, but he said in the press conference that there would need to be a lot more protection than what for Orgy to be considered. So yeah,
That tells you it's not happening. Come on,
it's
now.
not gonna.
Bro,
It's
the
not gonna
dude
happen.
6'3", 215, runs like a 4.5.
That's
Put
not the type of
Roman
dude you want
Wilson.
running.
So when I did NCAA 14, I put Roman Wilson in as the returner.
Bro, can you imagine trying to tackle that dude?
Who? Which one? Orgy?
Orgy.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I'm
Hey,
6'3".
John, you saw him in the spring game, right?
Oh, I did. Oh, I did.
The dude,
He
this
is
dude was
fast.
running over people, bro.
He is fast, but you also have to consider he's in a quarterback position, and there is a possibility his number might need to be called for a quarterback. And if he's returning, obviously that's just adding more. He's got to go to more meetings. He's got to go to more position group meetings and more things to remember and all that kind of stuff. Like, you have to think about all the kind of other things that go into adding additional. It's not as easy as like, hey, let's just add the 2 additional position groups for you, because then they're like logistically it becomes a lot tougher on that player.
I'd rather have him make a full transition to running back, bro. That's just me.
Okay, well,
He put his tape side by side next to Bo Scar, bro. You won't be able to tell the difference.
So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go into our segment, and I think one or two you might be newer, but maybe not. But our final segment for the Ocho is everybody gives their final thought, and if you want to share, because some people do, some people don't, you can share where people can find you on the internet. So we'll start with Colin. Thank you for being here. You've given some great insights, and we appreciate it. Final thought for you, and where can people find you if you want to share that?
Final thought here is the Big Ten might be kind of clawing a little bit closer to the SEC, but the bottom line is this: SEC is just stronger than the Big Ten, and I get we got a lot of Big Ten fans in the chat with it being Big Ten night and all that, but SEC still going to be king, and it's going to prove certain this season. And you can find me Bash's CFB show on TikTok and Bash's college football show on YouTube, and then Bash CFB on Twitter. I just started up that Twitter today.
Very cool. All right. If you want to throw the link in the private chat, and I can do that. Send it out.
Thank you.
Send it out.
I appreciate
that. Absolutely, Colin. Thanks for being on, and we'll see you hopefully in the future on these.
Plan on being back.
Appreciate it, Colin. All right, next up is Go Blue. Final thought for you, and if you want to share where people can find you.
Final thought, man, is no one can stop us. No one's gonna be able to stop us, bro. We gonna tear the schedule up. It's like I can't wait. I'm already looking at plane tickets for the playoffs. Already looking. I'm looking at hotels. I'm looking at Houston. I might as well skip the semis. You
You were thinking of skipping it last season, bro. We'll see.
Yeah, this is different. And then on top of that, I got Ohio State actually going 9-3. I was playing with the 4 loss. I got them losing 3 games.
You and Michael Campbell are in the same boat on that.
I really do, bro. I think they're going to lose to Notre Dame, Penn State, and Michigan, man. I'm really on that train. Also, what else, man? What else? I don't think there's too much to say. Go Blue. But let's get this chip 15-0. No game is going to be within 30 points.
There we go. Go Blue. I wish you go. I say Go Blue to you, and thanks for being on.
No doubt.
Okay. Ohio State going 9-3. So anything can happen. It's college football. The ball's shaped funny. Mike Fort. What about you? Final thought for you?
Oh, I'm just happy that the season's getting ready to start. Here's me kind of ranting on USC. I actually had them preseason as a playoff team, and then San Jose State happened, and now all of a sudden I look stupid. Thanks USC for that. I'd like to extra kick in the nuts to Alex Grinch for proving me wrong. Remind me to go on the Pack channel and make fun of Tim and Tony for their asinine, opinions about USC and this USC defense that's still going to be a problem for them. Congratulations on Notre Dame. I know it's Navy, but I got to say, Sam Hartman proved me wrong. I wondered if he was going to be able to, acclimate himself in that system. He's looked damn good so far. I know it's Navy.
Is that a barometer? I was going to say, is that like how much? Yes, he looked good. No doubt, he looked good. But is that really the barometer we want to? I think Drew Pine could have looked good against.
If I remember right, Drew Pine play last year and Navy gave him a little bit of a scare?
Yeah, this Navy team is kind of crap.
Yeah, I'm not saying
people back. We'll see. Yeah.
No, he looked good. I give you, it's a great win.
Navy could be a bowl team. You never know.
It's a great win. Mark Rogers had Notre Dame #1 on the top 14 list that actually makes sense. So Notre Dame was #1, so above USC. So there you go.
Okay. And as far as where you can find me at the Tropicana on Fridays and Saturday nights. It's $20 a song, 3-song minimum. And if you do touch me wrong, the bouncers will throw you out.
There you go.
No free hugs. Mike, no free hugs.
No. You got to pay to touch Big Daddy. Anyways, you all have fun and go blue.
Go blue. All right. Thanks, Mike. Oh, Lord. Okay. Golden Play. We're down to the Notre Dame people on the Big Ten show. Golden Playbook. Final thought, and where can people find you?
Yeah. So I know it's just it was week 0, but still, I was just impressed. With Sam Hartman. I guess we'll have to see what happens, but because I guess it is kind of too early to know, because we will have to face better teams. But I think we really do have a chance to beat Ohio State.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got time to get to improve.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's very possible. Listen, Knowles. We've seen Knowles. The schemes have been great against the run, but against the pass, obviously we saw JJ look like Aaron Rodgers and Cornelius Johnson looking like Odell Beckham Jr. And let's face it, neither one are yet at the level of the others that I mentioned, but yet because of bringing 9-10 into the box, you don't have a lot of opportunities for protection and for help. So, looking at your quarterback situation, if they don't kind of go more zone, which, by the way, I think Ryan Day is going to basically walk over to Knowles and be like, "You're playing more zone," not as a hey, you think no. That it's an Urban Meyer situation now, where he sometimes told the defense, we want to look more like Michigan State because they're kicking our ass. And that's what he said. And he made the defensive coordinator go more into a Michigan State scheme. And so I think the same thing is going to happen here with Knowles, and Ryan Day is going to say, you're playing more zone. And but still, quarterback situation looks good for you guys. So any other final thoughts for you, or let you go?
Yes, I really think that we're preparing. I think we're really going to try to run down their throat.
Mm-hmm.
At times I'm sure at times we're going to have to throw it, but I think it's more going to be the run game. But yeah, I have Instagram. I don't know if you guys have Instagram. My Instagram is gauge.warren.98.
Type it in the private chat.
Yeah, you want to just throw it in private chat, and then we'll copy and paste it.
Yes.
So people can follow you.
Okay.
All right. So Golden Playbook, we appreciate you, and thanks for being on.
All righty, thank you.
All right, Will, we're down to you. Thanks as all you've been powering through the whole time, and we're on earlier, so thanks for being part of Big Ten Live on both blocks, and what's your final thought, man?
Final thought is great first step for my Irish. Really excited for this week's games. I think there's going to be some great games going on this week. Especially looking forward to hopefully FSU taking it to the BK's Tigers. And it was pretty, I don't know, it was pretty fun to watch the USC show. I watched it back. I watched the USC post-game show back, so that was fun to see the chat. Tim looked like I love Tim, but Tim looked like a defeated man. Who knows? Maybe they'll get better on defense. But also, I guess I'm a guest now on the Notre Dame postgame show. Like, I emailed the guys and I was on, and that was a lot of fun. So Notre Dame postgame show is a lot of fun. I'll be doing it inside the Irish with Buckeye Mike, and I'll also be doing my personal life's been busy, so I still, like, frustrating, haven't been able to upload anything on my channel. But I'm going to do a little breakdown. I'm going to upload that tomorrow. Since I have more free time tomorrow, I'm going to upload a little breakdown of the game. Just a quick little summary about what I like, what I want to see improved, because there are some improvements that I want to see with the team. So,
of course, and this is what people don't understand. I've said some things about Michigan that has caused some people to be like, don't be so negative or whatever, because I said that Jim Harbaugh very likely could leave after this year and that this could be the last dance. That's just based on the analysis and the evaluation of, like, okay, Jim Harbaugh wants that Super Bowl ring. We know he wants that Super Bowl ring. And this just seems like the perfect storm of everybody's leaving after this year. And guess what? The Raiders are probably going to have an opening. The Cowboys, if Jerry Jones swallows his pride for once, might have an opening for a coach like Harbaugh and others. So his opportunity to get a Super Bowl like his brother, and people were saying, like, oh, that's well, I think there's a place, Will, and I think you're the same way, where you can be positive sometimes when things are good that are happening, but you also love your team enough that you want to be constructive when there's ways that you can improve. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so yeah, that should be fun. And yeah, just ready for Thursday. We have 2 great games going on Thursday. I don't know. I think Utah's going to beat Florida pretty bad, but we'll see. And I think that Nebraska, Minnesota can go either way. So it should be a fun day.
I mean, Utah, I think, is going to be extremely motivated to. I
can't believe they lost that game.
Yeah. So there's your Twitter /X. I've posted that there, and you have your YouTube channel that we're gonna try to post some more to, and so check out Will, and thanks again for being on tonight.
Yeah, thanks for hosting, John. It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate it. All right, so let's go with some housekeeping here as we wrap up tonight. Stan, it doesn't make sense unless you plan to stick around for 24. I don't know if you had a choice. I don't know if Ono and Ward basically said we're doing this. He might not have had a choice, but if he did have a choice, it might have been to give his assistants experience. It might have been that the other punishments that are coming, may not be, they may. I guess the thinking might be it may be less extreme if you offer this to the NCAA. So I think there's definitely still a large possibility that Harbaugh leaves. So let's go over some final reminders for you, and then we're going to wrap up for the night. So just a reminder that this entire episode is dedicated to the memory of Traveling Fool's son, Brennan Patrick Smith Jr. So we are asking everybody to please consider donating a couple of bucks. I donated, and a lot of us have donated. So just consider doing that. And I'm going to post a link right here. So again, if you're tight on cash, there's other, obviously give him a kind word. Head on over to his channel when he does stuff, and whatever you're able to do to help help him and his family. But this entire episode is dedicated to him. So we thank you for that. Don't forget that we do have a watch party. This is a Patreon and YouTube member only watch party. So if you want to hang out with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, as he watches the games, and a lot of us are going to do that, you do need to be a Patreon or a YouTube member. Patreon is $5. YouTube membership is $2.99. You get the betting guide, you get emojis, you get access to our 24/7 Discord chat, and you're going to get to be part of our watch party. So if you haven't joined Patreon or YouTube membership yet, now is the time. So also, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, which many of us do from time to time, just click on Mark's link in any description of any video and just do your regular shopping like you would any other time. And the only difference is that Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. And what's wrong with that? I mean, let's keep growing these channels. And so do that, please. It's we don't ask you for much. If you can't do a donation or super chat, at the very least, hit the like button, subscribe to the Voice of College Football. That's, if you like the content, that's the least anybody can do, and it's so easy to do. You just hit the like, you hit the subscribe, and you hit the bell. So there it is. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and put on all notifications, not just some, so that you get notified when we're live and when we're doing stuff. In addition to that, we do have free shipping now on our Voice of College Football merch site. So if you haven't yet gotten your Voice of College Football merch, there is something for the whole family, friends, etc. Here on the merch store. So check that out and get your merch. You saw Mike Fort with merch today. You saw Will ND, and I have my merch right here, Voice of College Football t-shirt. Yes, it's Kentucky colors, closest I could get with the color scheme that they have, but it is what it is. And of course, I want to rep Voice of College Football. So, reminder that I will be hosting a few other shows this week, weather permitting. I want to be very clear on that, weather permitting, because the area is getting tropical storm conditions. And so even when the storms aren't like mega hurricane level, it could knock the internet out. So weather permitting, 30-minute war with Buckeye Mike and myself battling it out on the big topics of the day, including things like who's going to be the quarterback at Ohio State, and things like that. How's Jesse Minter going to do as head coach? Kurt Campbell, all of that kind of stuff will be up for discussion as we preview each other's games and we do our 30-minute war. On Wednesday night is Michigan Wolverines Live, which is Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. So if you haven't checked out Michigan Wolverines Live, I strongly recommend you do that. It is going to be a panel discussion with Nelson Hubble from Maize and Blue Review and Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90, and we're going to be previewing East Carolina. So we'll be previewing the mighty East Carolina Pirate game in great detail. Thursday night, we're doing a 24-hour stream, and I'm taking the 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern block, so 24 hours marathon stream coming Thursday night. Wednesdays at 5 here. See, I didn't build these ones, so shame on me, but there it is. So Wednesdays at 5, and then the Thursday 24-hour stream. And then Saturday, you can find me on the Michigan post-game live. I will be the solo host, I believe, for that one, and you'll be able to call in. It'll be airing after the game finishes on Peacock. So there's that. So I'm on a lot of shows this week. I was out last week, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Don't forget, if you haven't followed me yet, I'm John Diadamo. I'm on Twitter at John Diadamo. I'll put my link right here. So give me a follow. I'm very close to 1,000. So that would be great to get that. What games are you going to? I would like maybe to go to one in like end of September or October. I don't want to wait all the way till the last game of the year at the big house this time because I got snow dumped on me and almost didn't have a flight home because of it was basically a blizzard. So probably Rutgers or one of the October games. I'm not really sure which yet, but I'll be making my plans soon to do that. Any other kind of comments here directed to me? There's a lot of comments being directed to others. I just ask everybody to be cool. No personal attacks. That means no calling each other idiots or clowns or any of that stuff. Let's stick to teams. That's all I ask. I don't think it's much to ask. Yes. I live in Florida. So when I flew up there, I knew what I was getting into. But, when your flight home gets impacted, that's not fun. So that's the only thing. I love the snow. I love blizzards. And it was so cool to look at because I haven't seen snow in 3 years. And then I go to Ann Arbor after being in Florida for so long, and I got to see a blizzard, and it was so cool. But then obviously you have to deal with the flight home being a little bit shaky, but it is what it is. Got home, all good. All right. Let's see. Yes, I live in Florida. Yes, I've lived all kinds of places. I've lived in Michigan, in Ann Arbor. I've lived in DC, New York, Pennsylvania, and currently in Florida with the fam, which means gonna get another hurricane tomorrow night into Wednesday, but for us, it should just be tropical storm weather. But that may impact my internet, so that's why I said Buckeye Mike show may be moved depending on what happens. All right. I think that's about it. I think we're about Big Ten out. So I'm going to encourage everybody to go early to the USC Trojans live show. So Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek do a fantastic job on the show. Like I always say, you always learn something. And as we know, USC is playing Nevada. So we'll get to some insight and analysis on Nevada and USC's chances against Nevada. So here we go. USC Trojans live. It's going to be airing in about 38 minutes. So go over there, hit the like button. If you can't actually make the show because you're doing other life commitments or whatever, I get it. But at the very least, hit the like button for them. And a final reminder that today's episode is dedicated to Brennan's Traveling Fools' son. So please consider making a donation, even just a couple of bucks, to their GoFundMe. It just goes a long way. And this is what we do in the community. We help each other out, right? We help each other. And it looks like we just got another donation. So thank you so much for that. We're almost at a quarter of our goal. And this is a great thing that we're trying to do here to just help the family out in this time. And obviously they've been going through a lot. And Traveling Fools is such a good guy, Brennan. He's always there for us. He's there, if you need him. He's always there to give a positive, like a yo. I'm sure you've seen him in here doing yo, yo, yo to everybody. And he's always, he always just lifts the spirits of whoever he's with. And so, I hope that if you can give a couple of bucks for this GoFundMe with his son's passing, I'm sure it would mean a lot. Otherwise, just, say hi to him, check in, go on his YouTube channel when he has shows. That's also a great way to just let him know that you care. So with that, I'm done for the night. So please go on over to USC Trojans Live up next. And as I always say, actually, first I want to say enjoy the football, because we actually have football now, and go blue, and see you next time.